Alright. The reason I'm, like, right here is because there was a new strat, sort of, found. I want to look at it before we do any no-return stuff. Alright. Uranto thinks he found something here. I want to take a stab at it before we get into the no-return stuff. I'm actually alright. I had a pretty good night's sleep. Yeah, it's gonna be a long video. It really is. There's no alert there.
No matter what you're
Didn't work for me.
He's in here.
Yeah, that's not good. No, it's something with the top floor.
He's in here.
First of all, there's a reason we stopped doing that. So it seems like you're supposed to be getting
What?
That's kind of it. Kind of. But I
He's in here.
still don't know. I don't think it is faster. Also, I have to do this for now because I don't have a spare arrow. also that. Destruction, thank you for 2.5-year resub. Thank you very much.
I heard it too.
Go check that room.
See, so I don't... Well, I'm not getting the... Let me try something else.
He's in here. I heard it.
Yeah, there's a guy right there. Something about the fire extinguisher.
He's in here.
He's right. I mean, I knew he was right. He played around with this for a while, but...
Down there. I heard it too.
Nope. That's not it. I think he's right. I think it's the fire extinguisher that does it.
He's in here.
If you want to see, the speedrunning Discord has the video I'm talking about, and what he typed. Wow, that was fast. So in the video, there's there's supposed to be an alert sound right there.
What? Oh, fuck! Let's do this.
Well, there's a guy there. Let me take an attempt to see when they spawn in.
He's in here.
Shooting the arrow. You know what? Easy New Game Plus. I want to see when they spawn in. and what they do. I'll go hard mode, just because. Because it's not grounded, I should probably make a file. L6, where are you? Stricter checkpoints. Yeah, I spent some of the day yesterday trying to figure out how I'm going to order the video that we're about to make. I couldn't really think of it. I'm just going to start with something, and whatever feels like the next thing we need to talk about, we'll talk about. Like, I'm going to start with the time limit on assault, and then that can go into, like, accuracy. And then we could talk about the bow. Then we can talk about the bombs. And then we talk about bombs that could lead into something else. You know, I'll look through the list and come up with a flow on the spot, right? Even this file only has one arrow. Yeah. Also, I want this video to be more of, like, a no return problem, not a part 2 problem. So, like, oh, dodge timing, oh, swings with the big melee weapons. That's just part 2 in general stuff. I want to limit it to just, I want to limit it to just the no return stuff. I can briefly mention it, but a little bit before that, and then what do they do? So maybe, just maybe, firing it like as early as we can might help. That's why I made the file. Actually, I don't need to do it from here anymore. Yeah, even if I don't clip it, it's immortalized forever. Well, I mentioned just companions in general. When I'm probably going to end up doing, like, an entire, like, section of a topic. So companions, the 20 points, the ruining headshots, the infected going after them, the, you know. What else? Oh, when you have a companion, the rattler clickers won't spawn in. There's the alert, by the way. I've never heard that line. Oh, what the hell? I don't think this strat is ready. Then again, maybe it's don't fire it that early. I never heard that line of dialogue before. Got any surprises for me? So the purpose of what I'm trying here is what is it? You don't get alerted at all during this stretch right here. Sort of like that. So the strat is you don't get alerted. And as long as you let go of sprint when you do certain things, you're fine. Also, if you don't have an extra thing to distract, you have to do this. Like, you would need an extra arrow to be able to do this. Now it probably won't work because Uranto said it's dependent on the fire hydrant, or extinguisher. For some reason. It'll be a good test, though. Oh, but there's the alert sound again, which he said you're supposed to get. Oh yeah, something's wrong here.
Got visuals on the...
Yeah, something's wrong there.
He's in here.
Well, you wouldn't do that. It doesn't work. Yeah, if the fire if the fire extinguisher goes off, it doesn't work. So then you just do the old strat. I gotta play around with it some more. I don't know yet. See, any damage I take there wouldn't matter if the top floor was free. They didn't shoot the extinguisher, so whatever I do here should work. But it doesn't.
He's in here.
I mean, we struggle enough with arrows as it is, like... Maybe if I had another look at the video. I don't want to spend too long on this because I know this is going to be a very, very long video that we're about to make, so... Discord. Oh, he is doing it from the beginning. Maybe that has something to do with it? I don't know. No, it won't be a character ranking thing. You guys remember the video I made? It currently has 130,000 views. Like, there's the alert. You need to let go of sprint. That's why. If you need to let go of sprint and you don't on the bottom, why don't we just use an arrow for the top floor?
He's in here.
If you're going to use one or the other. Like, you can do the bottom floor without letting go of sprint when you use the brick, but top floor you have to let go of sprint at some point. So at that point... Could be. It's a distraction. I don't think it would matter.
I heard it show. Don't let
Yeah.
him get to the camera. He's in here.
Well, I'm not getting this. Well, everything went wrong there.
Smuggler, he's in here.
I don't know, man. Could also be going to the left or right of the pillar, but he went to the right, so... It's not working for me. I don't know. I just don't know. It was working for a while. I think it just needs more testing. You asked a double there. Well, one, virtually none of the strats are the same. Two, I don't play games with a mouse and keyboard. Strictly controller. I'm trying to think right now of any strats that are identical. There's some that are similar, but they're not done the same at all. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this one. It's not quite working.
Smuggler, he's in here.
But yeah, but also the... If I'm gonna use a controller, I may as well just run it on console, right? What's the point? Yeah, that right there is the whole reason I stopped doing that. I'm gonna, like... yeah, I'm not gonna pursue that any further. First of all, if we were to do this, we would need an extra arrow. So we're already at a disadvantage there because we're always fucking leaving Searchlight with no arrows. Secondly, if you commit to the new strategy and there's a soldier in your way, you're fucked. You're fucked. So, I like the concept of it. Basically a free top floor. I love the concept of it. Maybe someday, but right now, I don't think it's worth it. Just right now. Okay. We need the list. The list. And the reason I'm doing this live is so you guys can help. What is this?
All right.
Oh. The game likes to do that. Boy, I'm gonna get it in the YouTube comments. How dare you criticize the work they've done? Yeah. Let me see if I could find the... Hold on. I might have just gotten rid of his comment. I might have just deleted the comment. It was basically just, how dare you criticize the game that they worked so hard on? It's like, dude, it had problems. Do you guys remember Remake at launch? I'm not talking the PC, I'm talking, like, console. Remember spinning around enemies on melee? Remember how you couldn't melee someone if you had the shotgun in your hand? Remember the fire rate of the shotgun? The reticle was lying to you? Remember... Oh god. Remember the weapon sway glitch with the bow? All you had to do was aim it, and the weapon sway broke. Remember... Oh god. The enemy in the school would respawn when you hit, like, an internal checkpoint. Remember when... There was a lot. Alright, the list. This is in my own Discord. Some I just wrote like little bullet points. Like some of these can be combined. You know? Assault, time limit, spawns, the upgrades. I can probably start with this one. Upgrade table animations. Unseen, how, like, we kind of know what goes for unseen, but if you're just playing casually, you don't fucking know what how to get unseen. There's the accuracy bug with the bow, which apparently came down to distance. I can show that off. I can, like, I don't know how I'm going to, like, order this, but... Ellie not able to do the fast throat slice. You can't multi-kill with the Molotov. I feel like Rattlers should be worth more because of how much harder they are. In daily runs, melee weapons, brick bottle locations, and where you spawn in is different for each player. Bloater in the middle of a holdout, even though that is literally two of the bosses just thrown in the middle of an encounter. How ammo drops work in this game. There's that. Are you just gonna say hi to me? That'd be funny. I finally got the currency bug on the streets map. Remember the one time I was doing holdout and Jesse ran into Shambler acid? There was that. That's happened twice to me. Yeah, I knew someone was going to do that. Yeah. See? Whenever I respond, it's actually me. There's some of that. I don't have to include all of these. These are just bullet points, you know? This is an interesting one. If you're playing as an Abby character that isn't Jesse or Bill, you cannot no guns the Rat King by yourself. It's impossible. I don't know how I'm gonna... Well, I gotta start with something, alright? So I'm gonna start with the assault time limit. Or maybe I should start with the board. Maybe I should just start with the board. I mentioned it somewhere in here. The first encounter faction disappears from the rest of the board. I hate that. I got to start somewhere. So I'm just going to start with something, and then whatever feels like the logical next thing to include, we'll include. Okay? The score. The score. I shouldn't say limit. Limit before you start losing points. I'll include that. Okay, I'm going to get rid of the on-screen chat. And I'm also going to get rid of the uptime. I'm just gonna have me. Hello. Alerts will still work, though. Start with things outside of the actual encounters. Well, I can't do the locker because you can't access the locker until you've done an encounter. I think that's how it works, right? What is there to mention about the locker anyway? Well, I can include the... Remember the clip that I made of I had 40 currency from Jesse and I just needed a melee weapon? And the melee weapon finally showed up when I got down to 4, even though what I was looking for cost 5. Should that be a legitimate complaint? Or, like, I don't know. Yeah, but I kind of want this video to more be, like, what is it? Like, things that are wrong with it. Not like, I think it should do this instead. I'd rather it be, like... I'd rather it be more like, this is a problem that needs to be fixed. You know what I mean? I'd rather leave out some more opinionated stuff. Like we were getting into the dodge timing is weird. Oh, the swings of your melee weapon. It's like, that's more generalized part 2 stuff. You know, I'd rather... So, the bow and crossbow accuracy thing. Assault, them spawning right next to you. The currency bug. The only one I will mention with that stuff is, like, having a companion, you know, gets rid of clickers, you lose 20 points, they ruin all headshots. It's horrible. Horrible. So, yeah, the ally issues, like I was talking about. Those are legitimate issues, right? I can talk about sturdier against melee, you know? Like, no, I'm approaching this like they're never going to change it, okay? Well, Anonymous, I don't know about that, but that does make me think it's in the list, but if you're stealth killing someone and then you have to speed up the kill, you don't get credit for even a melee kill. It's like, okay, the stealth kill is gone. You still get the melee, right? Nope. That one's a problem. What about this one? You go for a multi-kill on infected with bombs, and sometimes it just severs their legs. So you don't get the multi-kill. Is that a complaint? I don't know if that's a complaint. I find it really annoying when that happens. Like, I wanted the multi-kill. I got it ruined by the mechanic that you guys put in the game. Would that be more of a complaint, or just... I don't know. You lay down a trap mine, you lay down... or you throw a pipe bomb. You think that's more a part 2 thing. Like, God, just how many times it's... Yeah, more than one multi-kill doesn't give you more points. I could. Yeah, there are ways to get multi-kills. The bomb's working, the shotgun. I think that's it. Holdout problems. Well, what problems are there, really? Like, again, some of it does come down to just a skill issue. I'm terrible at holdout. The one thing I can mention is when it comes to acid, the your companions can sometimes just run into the acid. I've had that happen twice now. All right. Why don't we get started? Because I do want to start off the video in a somewhat positive way. Which means I got to start with something. Sorry, it's like making little... I hate making videos like this, but I also have... I'll mention that as part of the time limit that you get with Assault before you start losing time. Alright, we gotta just go. Let's see. Hi. So, a couple years ago, I made a video about The Last of Us Remake, where in its launch state, there were a lot of issues with the game. It got a lot of views, it got a lot of interaction, and it eventually led to some of the stuff being fixed. Not stuff I thought was wrong with it, stuff that was legitimately wrong with it. This video is going to be the same thing, but with the no return mode, which if you don't know is like the rogue-like mode included in Last of Us 2 Remastered. Now, before I start tearing it apart, I want to mention on surface level, this mode existing and this mode in its current state is good. It is good, all right? The community is better off with it than without it. It's a lot of it is a lot of fun. The gameplay, the modes, it's fun. It's fun. The problems that I'm going to mention come down to two things: playing it a bit more professionally and chasing high scores. Because again, if you're playing it casually, you have fun with it, right? But then Naughty Dog includes stuff like the daily run, and at the end of every encounter, you're given a score, which they rank with a letter. If it's 350 to 400, it's a B. If it's 400 to 449, it's an A. Anything above 450 is an S. And you do certain things to accumulate a score. You know, stuns are 5 points, headshots are 5 points, melee is 5 points, not getting spotted is 50, getting all headshots is 30. I've already made like a little tutorial like a year ago about this mode, so I'm not going to go over every detail about that. But after you've played this for a while and you get the hang of it, naturally you want to go for high scores. And it's Naughty Dog themselves that are encouraging that. Again, what's really fun is the daily run, where everybody in the world gets the same board to try and the same character. Where you rank is literally based on the score you get, not how well you did it or how fast you did it or the quality of it, your score. That is where this mode, in my opinion, starts to falter. there's so many things that kind of contradict the scoring method of this game. And so this video is going to go over all the things that I think it does wrong, and just downright, they're like just bugs in it. Okay? So where do we begin? This is going to be a long video, and I'm not exactly sure how to organize it, but we're just going to get started. First thing I'm going to start with is I'm just going to load up one and we'll look at the board. The first thing that I've always found annoying is, and hopefully I'm teaching you some stuff here. Whatever the faction of the first encounter is, it disappears from the rest of the board. So you know, we got assault, hunted, capture, and holdout, and the factions are scars, rattlers, wolves, and infected. Whatever faction the first encounter is, that faction disappears from the rest of the board. So the first faction is Seraphites. No more Seraphites. The only way it could include is the boss. It doesn't affect the boss. But there's no Seraphites on any of these possible future encounters. Which means, because if you're fighting scars or wolves or rattlers, it's not that big a difference. If it starts with infected, no more infected encounters the rest of the way. The only way it can be... the only way an infected encounter can show up later on is if you get Gondola, which is the only infected-only map, or you get Holdout, which is the only infected-only mode. So that's the only way it can show up later. But yeah, whatever faction the first encounter is, it disappears from the rest of the board. And infected, under most circumstances, are easier to deal with than people, especially on grounded mode, because people have guns, and in this game they are super duper accurate. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But yeah, for starters, yeah, I don't know if they did that because that was the only way to get the randomization of the rest of the board to work, or if it was just a legitimate bug. We don't know. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay. What I'm going to mention next has to do specifically with the assault encounter. It's very, very strange. I'm going to do, you know, I'm going to do a custom run where you can, like, I'll make it infected so it's a little bit easier. And hold on. This will get trimmed down, don't worry. Here we go. I'm going to make it so it's assault only. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm going to select a character. We're going to go with Lev, because I want to show off two different things.
All right.
Alright, so I chose Lev on purpose. We're going to show off two different things here. So when you're doing assault, I'm actually going to change the layout for this specific one. When you're doing assault, oh, it has increased health. Hold on. No. Of course it does.
All right.
I know I can just turn off Negative mods, but whatever. My biggest fear for this video is I'm not going to show everything off the way I want to. Why is it giving me negative mods? Fine. My God. Yes, it will. I want some of them turned on. God.
Okay.
Dude, I don't want them to start in combat. I want them to be far away. What is happening? Can I even change that? This is like them... This is like them throwing stuff at me to get me to stop.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Alright, so we're going to do assault. And I picked Lev for a reason. I'm going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. There's a problem with accuracy with the bow, but I'll talk about that a little bit later. For now, I'm going to change layouts here really quick. So for assault, specifically, you don't have a time limit, but you have a time limit before you start losing points. If you are able to complete an assault encounter at 3 minutes and 4 seconds or less, you get 100 points. For every 5 seconds past that number, you lose a point. So 3 minutes and 5 seconds, you lose a point. 3 minutes and 10 seconds, you lose 2 points. 3:15, 3 points. 3:20, 4 points. 3:25, 5 points. 3:30, 6 points. I think you get it. But when is the timer counting? Because you have 20 seconds before the first wave shows up. 3 waves in assault. You have 20 seconds before the first wave shows up. You have 20 seconds in your backpack or at a crafting table if you want, or upgrade table if you want. You have 20 seconds after the second wave, and then you have like over 20 seconds after the third wave, which is when the encounter is finished. Surely, Naughty Dog wouldn't count the time in between when you're actually doing something, right? Now, what I'm also going to point out here is, because we have to do this encounter, you can't see if you completed everything or not. Like, if you quit or die, you won't be able to have a time thing, obviously. So we need to complete this encounter. But there's another thing. Accuracy. Oh, wait. Well, I kind of messed up the timer. There we go.
I'm ready.
Stalkers. Okay. Come on. So again, this is all for a reason.
Steady. Steady.
You know what I'm also going to do? I'm going to wear down the preparation time. Like I was talking about. Oh, chat's on screen. Whatever. I'm not going to use this layout for the whole video. Alright, so the preparation time is over. The next wave takes a little while. I might run out of arrows. That's okay, though. Or maybe not. Oh, nice. Alright, so I'm not talking about, like, unseen. This is, again, this is more about accuracy. Okay.
Damn.
Encounter's complete. Now, accuracy is a percentage. However many shots you fired versus how many shots landed. Okay? And as you saw right there, 100%. Right? 100%. Also, timer stops. Let's look at two things, shall we? The timer counted the entire time. That was Naughty Dog saying, nope, too slow. That was too slow, young man. Young, yeah. Can you believe that? I was penalized 1 point because of how long that took. They count the entire time your character is on the screen. Why wouldn't it just count when there's enemies around? Why is... And what's even dumber about that is the later in, like, you know, this wave of assault was 3 enemies. When you get to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th encounters on the board, these encounters get a lot tougher. You deal with sometimes 6 enemies per wave. They don't raise the time limit before you start losing points. So could you imagine dealing with like 18 human enemies, all with guns, maybe they all know where you are, and you still get that 3 minutes and 4 seconds before you, yeah. Which is very, very strange because in Capture, the time limit is greater on the first, like, this. It can only show up on the 2nd encounter and onward. On the 2nd encounter, you get like 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and there's 5 enemies to deal with. By the time you get to the 5th encounter, you have like 2 minutes to work with and 8 enemies. It's later on the board, so it should be harder, right? I'm not really knocking the time limit for that mode. I'm saying they made an effort to change the time limit for Capture when, like, the later on it gets. They took the time to change it. They don't change it for assault. Like, maybe they could make it so it's like 320, 340, 420. Heh. No, it's 304 and onward for every assault encounter, no matter it's the first encounter or the fifth. Even with hunted, I think really early on you get like 2 minutes, and then I don't actually know the time limit, but on a fifth round hunted, you get like 2 minutes and 45 seconds. They made it so the timer is higher on the last encounter. Like for capture and hunted, they changed the countdown timer based on if it's the first or second encounter or the last. But they don't with the assault. It makes no sense. Not only should the number be higher the further in the board you get, but it shouldn't count the time in between waves. The time complete timer is counting for as long as your character is on the screen. I think that's stupid. Also, accuracy. I was expecting it to show a lower number, but you see right there it's at 88%. That's 8 out of 88.88. So that's 8 out of 9 shots. I wasn't really shown off very well here. There's a glitch with the bow. And the crossbow, Abby's crossbow as well. Sometimes when you fire an arrow at an enemy, they like add an extra shot on top of it and count it as a miss. I was told that the inaccuracy of it is because of like you fire an arrow and then immediately put one in, so you basically reload it before the arrow has hit its target, so it becomes inaccurate when you're shooting at enemies from far away. That's the running theory right now. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, but yeah. So many times you'll just be either stealth killing or shooting at enemies that know where you are up close, and you use arrows, expect your accuracy to bug out. That's basically what it is. How to fix it, I don't know. That's the studio's issue. That's probably never going to be attended to. But so yeah, assault time limit, which is stupid, and accuracy with the bow and crossbow. And yeah, let's move on to the next thing. Okay, Scylla. Are you absolutely sure that it's distance? Should I have been further away from some of the enemies? You think I was too close? Because I feel like I was far enough away. I was wishing it would be like close to 0, but I guess I was too close. Okay. What's the next thing I could go over? Accuracy with bombs. Why don't we do that? That would be better shown off with Jesse, I think. Yeah, I wish I showed off a lower number.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Well, you can craft pipe bombs, right? I'll just wait for the next encounter. We'll just do this. I knew this video was going to be hard to make. I feel like I haven't done the best job already. I still kind of can't believe that, like, they put an upgrade table in the middle of it. Has anyone ever used this? Genuine question. Even, like, like, have you ever used an upgrade table in a map?
Close one.
Jonah, thank you for 62-month resub. By the way, that took too long. Perfect. Companion might actually help me here. For what I want to show off. Yeah, I'll mention that too. Alright, we're in another round of assault, and here I'm going to show off accuracy.
Heads up!
So accuracy should be based on bullets, right? I think you're seeing where I'm going with this. Oh, you're right. No, but they didn't hit anyone. It's the same thing as a bomb exploding. And not dealing any damage.
Look out!
Okay. Encounter's over.
Nice one.
Thanks.
Now let's check our accuracy. I did, miss a couple pistol shots, but my accuracy is much lower. You know what? I am going to reshoot that. You're right to show it on separate. You're right to show it on separate things. I should probably also get a shotgun. Or I can still do it from here. It's alright. I know what I'll do. Like I said, this is going to be trimmed down. Here, I don't have any trap mines, so I'll show it off here. Can I craft any more? No, but there's explosives here that I can do that. I'm just not able to do no guns. You know, maybe if I do hunted. Instead. You know what? Fuck it. I can do it on the first encounter. All I have to do is do no guns and then throw one pipe bomb.
Let's move.
Right? That's all I have to do. Alright, you know what? I'll... How should I work this? Sometimes it doesn't deduct it from a missed bomb. Yes, it does. Well, I'll pretend like I'm doing it. Alright. What I'm going to show off next has to do with accuracy. So accuracy is dependent on bullets fired versus how many actually landed. So it's however many bullets you fired versus how many actually hit a target. For some reason, Naughty Dog decided to include bombs in that as well. So I'm going to do this encounter without using any guns, and I'm going to waste this pipe bomb. So now I'm going to do the rest of this without using a gun. And here, I'll waste 2 more. Oh, that's a clicker. There's a big hammer upstairs. So yes, if you never use a gun, your accuracy is going to be 100%. Alright, there we go. I didn't use a bullet, and I threw 3 pipe bombs, but they didn't hit their target. So now we look at the results screen. I'm sorry, that doesn't make any sense. What the hell is 72.72? Whatever, I'm leaving that in. I was expecting it to be 0. But look at the description of accuracy. Points are deducted for each bullet fired and missed, starting from 100. I didn't fire a bullet. I threw 3 bombs. Where they get 72% from, I'm scratching my head over. Basically, what I was trying to show off is they base it also on bomb accuracy. If you throw a bomb and it doesn't touch an enemy, It is deducted from your accuracy. And this would take a while to show, so I'm just going to explain it. If you lay down a trap mine and it doesn't detonate, and you don't pick it up before the encounter's over and it shows this screen, that's also deducted from your accuracy. So again, let me repeat. If you lay down a trap mine, you don't retrieve it, and it doesn't detonate, it's deducted from your accuracy. Now, this does not apply to bricks and bottles, but it does apply to stun/smoke bombs, Molotovs, and pipe bombs, and trap mines as well. The throwable and placeable bombs. If it detonates and it doesn't do anything to an enemy, it's deducted from your accuracy. Why? If you're going to make it like that, all right, make it like that. But look at the official description on the right. Points are deducted for each bullet fired and missed, starting from 100. You know how many times, for most of the bosses, at least the infected boss, for arcade and garage bloater, we do no guns. Do you know how many times we've had less than 100% accuracy because, like, they run through a bomb or they walk past, they detonates and doesn't do a little damage? It happens a lot. The whole point of not doing guns is to guarantee 100% accuracy, but then it's like, no, fuck you. So there's inaccuracy. This is ironic. There's inaccuracy with accuracy with the bow, crossbow, and bombs. Yeah. All right, let's go on to the next one. Dude, I didn't need to show the accuracy with a trap mine. Where the hell? What is 72%? Wouldn't it make sense to be 66? Where the hell did it get 72 from? Eight out of 11. Okay, but I threw 3 things, and I didn't fire a gun. Wait a minute. Bricks and bottles? But that doesn't... Bricks and bottles don't count for accuracy. Also, I didn't use 8. Again, this would be much simpler if they just didn't include the bombs. No, brick and bottle throws don't count towards accuracy. Right? Exactly. Where is it coming from? Did I throw 8 bricks and bottles? I don't think I did. So it should be out of 8. You think it counted melee swings? You think it counted stuns plus melee swings? Before we move on, my chat and I are just really struggling to come up with where the game got 72% from. We did no guns and threw 3 bombs. Accuracy should be 0, but it was counting some other stuff. We're like pickaxe swings? Brick and bottle throws? It just 72% is 8 out of 11. So somewhere it counted 8. I didn't fire a gun. Point being, everything would be a lot more simple if accuracy was strictly based on guns. That's it. Next. What is next? Ooh, I know next. I know what's next. Upgrade tables. We'll do the upgrade table next. The crossbow takes forever. This is going to have to be pretty heavily edited. I like that. I love that kick. Keep it together. I might have to do a third encounter to get enough parts. This is also proving my point about, like, having 2 guns. But we'll talk about that later. That's better shown off in Hunted. I was already 1 encounter in with Jesse, so... No, I know exactly how I want this to look, okay? This part. Well, it's not that unfair because I was able to successfully dodge.
place makes me appreciate Jackson, man.
175. I need more than that. Let's just go to the next one. Let me buy ammo. Yeah, that was more of a good demonstration for dodging. How many do I need? Well, whatever. I don't have enough right now, so... Another 70. But Espen, they were 91 on 3 sub. I just gotta make sure I survive this. You think non-dodgeable characters would be better shown off on easy mode? That way they could tank a few hits. Because this game's definition of sturdier against melee basically just means an enemy won't block a punch. Like, you know how when you're just meleeing an enemy, sometimes they'll block it and then just push you away? Same thing with stalkers. Basically, sturdier against melee just means that they won't do that. Yeah, that's all it means. But that doesn't mean an enemy reacts to your punches. Let's see if 245 is enough. You're gonna like this one, alright? You're gonna like this one. How much is needed for this? For a 90, 120, 170... 170... 220, 280, 360. So I need another 115. Alright. Can you? Oh, you can. Wait, can you? Well, I'll buy him on the next one. I'm already here. I usually only buy supplements. Of course, the pipe isn't here. Oh, no, you're absolutely right. It is more fun when you're not chasing a high score. I made sure to mention that in the beginning. If you're just playing this to play it, it's fun. But, like, don't go ahead and Ooh.
Christ.
But they're the one who... Naughty Dog's the one who determines how well you do on the daily run based on score. Never seen that before. Oh, I'm gonna rely on old clips for some footage. I think it was the terrain. That's why I was able to punch him. Mike, First of us, thank you for 21-month resub. Alright, I need like 15 more parts or something. What'd I say? I need 370? 375? Alright, I need parts. Like you said. They probably won't show up as long as, like, there's still something to purchase in here. Yeah, that's what alright, fine. Then I'll do this. There we go. Alright. You're gonna like this one. Actually... Alright, up next is crafting tables when you're in between encounters. Let's look at how original Last of Us did it, shall we?
Alright, let's do this.
Alright. By the way, this isn't a critique on part 2, this is a critique on No Return. Let's see how long this takes. I wish I was timing that. Again, when you're in the campaign, it's very ASMR-ish, and it's time away from the action that you actually kind of appreciate it. It's almost like the codec calls in Metal Gear, you know? In No Return, it's completely fucking pointless. They took the time to tone down some of the animations. Like, there's no, like, wiping down or like, unscrewing something. The animations in the campaign are actually more detailed. They went with, like, a default animation for these. So they took the time to change it, but they still kept it in. Make the No Return upgrade tables like original Last of Us. That's all I ask. You don't got to do shit for the campaign. Just change it here. Please. Please. Yeah, that's all I got for here. Next. Did you like that one? All right, let's see what we've already tackled here. Again, this is going to be a monster video. Oh, assault spawns. Let's do that one. I did assault time limit. Bow crossbow accuracy bug. First encounter faction disappears. Gambit showing up in second or third wave of assault. No. Accuracy including bombs. I did that. Still have a... Some of these I feel like I can just mention instead of, like, showing off. Alright, we've made a small dent so far. I'm going to go with assault spawns, but I need some examples. I remember somebody putting an example in my Discord. It was on logging camp. Somebody did. I have my example right there. And then I have this example right here. Video I just put out, there was another example. Remember, it was pretty early on. Where was it? It was also on logging camp. Just be on the lookout for logging camp as I scroll. Okay. I just want to show off like a few examples. I think people will get the gist. Maybe I didn't put that in clips of the month. This would have happened a long time ago. They probably didn't include it. Oh, I found it. All right, up next I want to talk about spawns in Assault, because if it's holdout or hunted, that doesn't really matter. Capture makes sure to spawn the safe pretty far away from where you're standing, to the point where you can manipulate it, actually. Assault, there's really no logic behind it. Let me show you a few examples.
Over here!
Yeah, that's right. No return assault mode doesn't give a shit where you are. They are going to spawn the enemies where it wants to spawn the enemies, and you don't have a say in the matter.
Over here!
Yeah. Well, Anthony, that's just one example. How about this? Stupid fucking game! I agree with me from a year ago. Yeah. Well, Anthony, maybe it just happens to you. Hmm. My Discord. Yeah. For assault, there really is no rhyme or reason for spawns. What's interesting, though, is there's only like 1 or 2 instances where that unpredictability can actually help you. And I'm going to show that off right now. Hold on. How was that, huh? That was pretty good. I'm going to bring up a video of a hardware store. I don't know which daily run I ended up doing that for. I'll just open a few and see if I did that strat in one of them. So I'm going to scroll. Hardware store, hardware store, hardware store. Nope. I didn't do that for the Joel one either. Go to the next one. There was one hardware store, but I didn't go for it. What about Dina? Nope, not there either. Thief, thank you for 21 month resub. This would take a while to show off, so this is one I'm going to rely on footage. I can't find footage of hardware store. I'll find it. It just... There's hardware store, but I didn't. So... maybe here. Did I do it here? No, it's against infected. I didn't do it there. Do it there either. Let's try some of these. It's got to be in one of these. Twitter. Well, I basically uninstalled Twitter. No, I can find one of my on my own. I just... all right, daily. I'll find a video. Don't worry. All right, there. This one. Can't believe it's taken me this long to find footage of this. All right. Store. Nope. Dude, I can't find any fucking footage of it. What the hell? Going back over like the entire month. Do it as Jesse. I have to include this. Oh, I think I got one. That would be a no. Alright, yeah, we got one. But I'll try. Alright, so here we go. Ignore my talking. So the spot in the hardware store where we are is, we're in the hardware store. This is the part in the campaign where you would be leaving the hardware store. If you place a trap mine right here, and then stand, hold on, and then stand right here, and look this direction, they will 100% of the time spawn on that bomb. And then you just rinse and repeat.
Are you okay?
So you can manipulate the Kieran's. Thank you for 5.5 year resub at tier 3. Thank you very much. There are a couple maps where you can manipulate the spawn, like hardware store. Apparently you can do it in TV station as well. But for others, you can't. So yeah, it's both a negative for them spawning literally right on top of you, and a positive where you can lay down trap mines where you know they're going to spawn if you're standing here and looking there. So yeah, and again, what I just showed you doesn't work on every map. Maybe like that one, apparently TV station, you can do it a little bit, but maybe there's more we haven't discovered, but the whole thing's just still really stupid. The spawns should work like capture, where like the safe spawn in capture won't spawn right next to you. They'll purposefully put the safe spawn somewhere else, you know? So you can get rid of one of the spawn spots you don't like by standing where it can show up. But yeah, I think you get it. All right. Next. All right, we're chugging along here. At least we're getting somewhere, right? I want to do the one about an interrupted stealth kill. And I'll combine that with the Ellie throat slice. Yes. Okay. I need to pee. Before I do anything else.
Let's see.
I'll be right back. Right, she doesn't do it with leg shots. You're right. Did I not select custom? I don't think I did. Alright. I don't think I included that. A lot of the snow totals for my area and a little bit south went down
Let's see what we got in here.
by a bit because of the rain-snow line being further north. A lot of the mid-Atlantic is going to get like sleet, icy mix. We're still getting a lot of snow, but it's more than they thought a few days ago. Alright, I know what I want to do here. All right, the next thing I'm going to show off, I'm going to show off two things, but the first thing I want to show off here is, again, I was talking about what you get points for. You get 5 points for a stealth kill, 5 points for a stun, 5 points for a melee kill. If there's an enemy left, you walk up behind them, throw a brick, immediately grab them, and then stealth kill them. That's 15 points. Stun, stealth kill, melee kill. But something happens if you're doing a stealth kill and then it gets interrupted. Might take a little while to show off. Because of where the enemies are. I don't think there's any enemies around. Okay, so that right there would be worth 15 points for a stun, stealth kill, melee kill. Oh, there's stalkers around, that's why. I'll do it on the next wave. It's because there's stalkers. I'll do it on the next wave. Gage, thank you for 63-month resub. If I can get them to spawn over there. course I can't get it to work. You know what? I'm gonna redo the footage. This is the wrong map for that. I'm gonna redo the entire footage. That's the wrong map for that.
Right.
Maybe this one will do. You don't need any map. This should be fine.
Shit.
Yeah, it's the wrong map for this too, because they... Oh my god. It's easier to show it off here. Wrong map for that one too. Good thing it's only 6 o'clock. Right?
I should get moving.
Oh, it's TV station again. Lovely. God. I can show it off here.
Let's see.
This should be fine. All the humans spawn, like, together.
Fuck me.
I'll try it. Alright, so up next I want to talk about... I'm going to refer to it as a bug with the, like, scoring system for what I was talking about earlier. You get 5 points for a stealth kill, 5 points for a stun, 5 points for a melee kill. But if you're in the middle of a stealth kill, and then it gets interrupted with an alert, you don't get points for anything. Okay? So, I'll try and show this off the best I can. I don't know if I will. Nah, maybe you're right. Maybe it is better showing off. It's the stalkers that are ruining it, I'm realizing now. Alright, I'll do it against wolves or something. I'll do it against wolves. Yeah, it's the stalkers that are fucking ruining everything.
Okay, here we go.
Capture. Oh, did I not? Yeah. God. I didn't put a... Oh, I get it. Okay.
Let's see what we got in here.
Alright, this should be a little better. This video will look much better once it's trimmed down. Okay. We still have so much to get to. Some of them I think I'm not even going to show a video example, I'll just mention it.
Got a big one? Not finding anything.
Now what? Let's go see what's up.
Go, I'll watch your back.
I'll try it with this. Alright, next thing I want to talk about is something to do with like how you get points. So you get, I mentioned it earlier, you get 5 points for a stun, 5 points for a stealth kill, and 5 points for a melee kill. But there's something that happens if the stealth kill gets interrupted. If you're, let's take the stun out of the equation. That's just throwing a brick or bottle at an enemy. If you're stealth killing an enemy, that's 10 points. 5 for stealth, 5 for melee. If it gets interrupted, you don't get any points. So I'll try and show that off here.
Are you kidding me? Shut it.
Oh no. So she started the throat and then like the lowering of the body. It would have shown up here. Okay? Like if I had gotten a stun or a headshot or a melee kill, even though the encounter failed, it would have shown up here. Alright? There's nothing. It's just, I'm in the way, but damage taken and accuracy. There's nothing there. So, I killed an enemy with my bare hands, or with Ellie's knife, doesn't matter which. When you begin a stealth kill, and it gets interrupted by an alert, and she does like the faster kill at the end, you don't get any points for it. So I can understand obviously not getting a stealth kill. The stealth was ruined before the animation was finished, right? That's fair. You don't get a melee. You don't get points for melee. I don't get that. I know I'm just complaining about 5 points, but you know, every bit matters. That should still count for a melee, in my opinion. She's literally like, and then running away. Or with Abby, I think it's a neck snap, and then going. Yeah. So if you begin a stealth kill, no matter who you're playing as, and it gets interrupted with an alert, no points for you. Yeah. All right. Next. All right, now I want to switch it back to infected. No, it would have shown up. I mentioned it would have shown up. This is all
Okay,
this is all
lights are
about
on.
just getting the point across, okay? I need a video. Maybe did I do a hunted by infected with Lev? The Lev board was good. I definitely did one. Yeah, right here. Okay. Dude, I have like no footage. Alright, I have back-to-back right there. Alright, I got how I want this to look. Of course there's a fucking clicker.
Shit.
You know what, now. I can't even... Dude, what is it with the game today? I wanted one wave of... When does a clicker spawn on the first wave? Dude, I wanted one wave of 3 runners. That's all I wanted. Or a stalker. Why is the game so good at screwing me, today specifically? That was in custom, too. I actually wanted it to hit the runner.
Let's see what we got in here.
Not TV station either. It might be better with hunted. You are right about that. You are right. Okay. This should be fine. The Ellie stab thing.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah. I will. Alright, while I'm playing as Ellie, the next thing I'm going to show off is something that is Ellie specific. And that is she cannot do a specific animation like other characters can. That specific animation is when you stun somebody in the leg, whether it's a person or... I don't know if it's with a person, to be honest, but with an infected. If you leg shot them and then hit square, they do this quick throat slice, like this. See that? Now the way you do this is if you're right next to them, you'll get a slower animation. If you're far enough away from them, they'll take a step forward and then do that. See that? For some reason, Ellie can't do that. Watch. If you play as any other character, that would have been the fast throat slice. So bad. Now I need to mention that only applies to the leg stun. If you're gonna do a throwable, it still works. Watch. See that? So it only applies to the leg stun. Every other Ellie character that you're playing as, and by Ellie character I mean she has a switchblade. Yeah, it would be the fast throat slice animation. You can do it with throwables, but you can't do it with the leg shot stun. Which is weird, because every other character is just a reskin of her. I guess because she's the default character. But that doesn't make sense either, because, you know, the equivalent animation when you're playing as an Abby character is like the neck snap. Leg stun, walk up to them, snap their neck, you move on to the next enemy. Very quick. Abby can still do the neck snap. So it's specific to Ellie here. Yeah, and what someone mentioned, that alone kind of stops her from being one of the best characters, because you can rack up the highest score on Hunted by Infected. That really slows you down. And it can also get you hit if there's like an enemy next to you. So, yeah, it's, I'm making this video live. Sid, thank you for 43-month resub. Yeah, strange one. Strange one. And like someone said, keeps her from being one of the best characters. Yeah, well. Next. All right. That was good. That was shown off well, I think. All right, what should I do next? Yeah, I have options here. I'm not sure what I should do next. This is the list. Some of these I don't have to include. You know, I could do a whole thing on capture. There's capture. There's the currency glitch one is recent. You know what? I'm gonna do that one just because there's no like order to this. I'm gonna do the currency glitch because I have a video of that. It literally just happened on the Lev one. All right. Don't have any stun bombs. All right. Where is it supposed to be mentioning how much stuff I have? Oh. Alright. There. Yeah. While I'm on capture, what else should I mention? You know, there's nothing that weird with the spawns. I already mentioned the spawns. I could mention other gameplay things. I don't think there's anything that weird with capture. Just unseen, I guess. This could tie into unseen. Oh, I know what I'll do to start. Okay. Okay, hold on. I know what I'll do. One of my failure, the currency glitch can happen on the DLC maps. One of those DLC maps is Overlook. Overlook is bullshit. And I'll work it in that way. I just need to find the right footage. So bear with me here. There was one of Manny on Overlook. I am very organized, so this shouldn't take too long. Things. Fog. Something. Not right there. I want to say it was right. Oh, found it. Okay. No, of all the maps in the game, that's the only one where you can die from fall damage. Everything else has some kind of invisible wall or nothing high enough where you can take a death. All right. Okay. All right, up next, I want to talk about something that can happen in Capture. Capture is actually a pretty fun mode, pretty unique, but there's something wrong specifically on 2 of the newer maps. this got like a free DLC thing with 4 new maps and 2 new characters. 2 of those maps were Streets and Overlook. On those 2 maps, the currency can glitch out to where you get more than you should. So I'm going to rely on footage. This one was literally just a couple days ago. So it's hard to see, but it did switch, right? Okay, yeah. Right here, I have 4 currency. I have 4 currency, and I'm about to do a capture on the Streets map. And this encounter is worth... Stun bomb. How much? See how this goes. 20... Do I have the wrong one? No. Okay, this encounter is worth 25 currency. Okay? I have 4, and it's worth 25. Okay? I end up performing it properly, and I get the stuff in here. My accuracy is going to be, like, beyond dog shit. So then we're done. We go back. The 2 missed shots I had. Maybe 3. I get my 25 currency, and I have 59. Hard to see because chat's in the way. 4 plus 25 does not equal 59. Okay? No. There's still a glitch with the accuracy. Also, something just glitched out completely. I do not have 59 currency. Mystic, if you're still here, is that the glitch you've been telling me about? There was a viewer telling me about a glitch, and it's like, I got it to happen for the first time a couple days ago. 54 plus, in Naughty Dog's world, 4 plus 25, plus a little bit of what's in the safe equals 59. This doesn't happen on any other map. It is definitely a side effect of the DLC maps, because I don't have footage of it, but I've been told the same thing happens on the Overlook map as well. So this is an issue with the 2 brand new maps on Capture specifically. Yeah, very weird. Technically, it's not a problem, but still something that is, you know, something's being calculated incorrectly. And while we're on Overlook, I just want to mention Overlook really quickly. It sucks. I don't know what this is. I think it's the crap one. Yep, it gave me the crap one. This is Capture, by the way, but that doesn't matter much. That is the crap one. Overlook is the only map of all the maps in this entire mode where you can die from fall damage. And I wasn't even doing anything that drastic there. This was just one time. I wanted to go on the ladder. That's not even including all of the, like the fact that it has no boundaries. You can fall off the side if you want. There's a big hole right in the middle. And then I was in bounds the entire time. That still happened. That's the only map in the entire list of maps and areas where you can die from fall damage. You can't even take a death in the TV station. That's the only one. And the fact that it's got like vertical layers where enemies just don't miss, yeah, I figured I'd just throw that one in there.
Nice. Nice.
Someone just did a 69-month resub.
Nice.
Nice. Timing.
Nice.
Anyway, on to the next one.
Nice.
All right. What else should... Burkano, thank you for 69-month resub. That's going in the video. Let me get rid of those 2. I talked about them. Overlook. And currency glitch. Okay. Those are included. List is getting a little smaller, which is good. I think I want to talk about the enemy's aimbot, because that goes well with the overlook map where I was just on. You know, if we're going to do things in a certain order. I'm just thinking if that's what I want to go with next. I think so. Anonymous, if you have one, I'd love to see it. I haven't talked about Unseen yet. I will at some point. We still have a lot to get to, but I think I'm going to discuss the enemy aimbot next. Again, I have a Twitch clip saved up that I... Oh yeah, someone has it in a video. I know I remember seeing it happen to Tio. Of course, which video was that? I don't remember. I was watching one of them, and I... Maybe if I go to his channel, it'll show a little red line. You know? Maybe the Joel one. Or maybe the Mel one. Or maybe... If I look back even further... There was Abby one. I'll take a look with these. Try the Mel one first. Or the Abby one. I remember it was a capture in the houses. I saw it happen to him. Might be from a long time ago.
Got it!
I could be here a while trying to get footage. Regardless, Anonymous is looking for it. Okay. Discord. All right. Sec. I knew this was going to be a lot. Here, let me see.
There you
That's not exactly. Oh, it shot you in between the thing.
There you
It shot. Wow. She shot you in between the shelves. That's actually pretty crazy. I have a video for that. I have a video for that. Where you have 4 smoke bombs. You go into an encounter that has the unlock recipes, and then you have 0 stun bombs, right? It's because the game treats stun bombs and smoke bombs as 2 separate things. That's the reason. That's in the campaign, too. Okay, you see you go from 1 to 0. Oh. I definitely have... Hold on. Hold on. Latest video I put
This
out.
makes me appreciate Jack.
There was a holdout I did that, like, took forever. Found it. I think I found it. Did I find it? Let's see. Yep, found it. I just realized something. I just upgraded from stun bombs to smoke bombs. I guarantee you if I stun bomb somebody that it's like not gonna work. Bombs to smoke bombs. I guarantee you if I from stun bomb. Hold on, I started the encounter with 3. I upgrade craft smoke bombs in the middle of the encounter, and it still kept me at 3. Nikki, that's not how it works at all. Abby doesn't have stun or smokes. She only has pipe bombs and that's it, and trap mines. Oh, the dead drop. Oh. I get you. Oh, dude, I got plenty of examples of, like, getting unseen, even though I... If anything, I need footage of a perfectly performed stealth encounter and you don't get unseen. I think that's what I need footage of. Right now, I just want to deal with the aimbot situation. Yeah. All right, up next, I wouldn't necessarily call this a no return issue, but it is just a lot more annoying in no return than it is the campaign, and that is enemy aimbot. So in original Last of Us, even on grounded mode, they would almost, as long as you're not running towards them and you're not right next to them, they would always miss the first shot they fired. They would immediately follow it up with a hit, but that gives you time to hit them. In Part 2 in Remake, you get this. As long as an enemy is aiming their weapon at you, and they sometimes just freeze there. They don't, like, put the gun down to run to a new spot. They just keep aiming. Remember, you can't peek. I'm hit there, and then I try to aim. I just... You know, I'm gonna peek. There you go. I'm gonna peek. Look. I'm gonna peek. I'm gonna peek. There you go. It's annoying listening to myself. Just... You can't even get the reticle on the screen. They have aimbot. Yeah. The very moment there is a pixel of your hitbox to be hit, they hit you. So you either throw something at them or you wait for them to put their gun down and run to a new spot. Sometimes they don't move, though. Sometimes they just don't fucking move. Okay? I even put the camera off of them and tried to run away from them. See? But he got hit. And then someone just shared an example in my Discord of, I mean, there's God knows how many examples, but of this happening to them. See that? They don't put their gun down. In original Last of Us, if they were moving from one spot to another, they would put their gun down to run. In this game, they just keep their gun up the entire time. So it's not right here, it's right here. Their accuracy is a legitimate issue. See, she shot perfectly in between the shelf and hit him. Because they just, not only do they shoot when they see you, which I guess is normal, they don't miss. They don't miss. Okay, so like, call it anything you want. I could I could double this video's runtime by showing you all the times that, like, yeah, as long as an enemy is aiming their gun at you, no matter how far away they are as well, you can't go anywhere or do anything except throw something. It's so annoying. The only reason I'm including that in this video is because it's one of my least favorite things. Because it is more of a part 2 issue than a no return issue. But I wanted to throw that one in there. Alright. Next. Not bad. Not bad. Getting kind of tired. How long have we been doing this? I've been live for 3 hours. Jesus. Alright, aimbot. That's gone. There's still so many. Alright, because we were talking about it, the stun/smoke bomb glitch. I already made the list yesterday in my Discord. You're sending across. All right, because I do want to see that. Let me try and find my latest Dina one. TV station. Yeah, here it is. Oh, it took away all of them. Shit.
Oh, God.
Alright, well I have my own footage I'm going to use. Melee weapon. Alright, with your example, I'll be able to show 3 things wrong with it. I'll be able to show 3 things wrong with it. You can't complete a gambit if you upgrade it in the middle of an encounter. You can't do the dead drop if you do it in the middle of an encounter. And if you have 3 or 4 stun bombs... No. I think this only works with, like... It might only work with Dina. She's the only one who can turn stun to smoke, right? Regardless, if you have 4 smoke bombs and you enter the encounter that has unlock all recipes, it'll just take them away and you'll be at 0. So that's 3 things. Definitely need to include that. My God. Ellie and Marlene can also. Yeah, you're right. Okay. What about Lev? What about any of the other Ellie characters? All right, I'll just generalize it. An Ellie character. Thanks, man. I knew for most of this I would have to rely on footage. So you upgraded the first one? Oh, you upgraded it after you got into the... Oh. Oh, man, that's something. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'll include that one last. Okay, I know how I want this to look. All right, up next is a super interesting one. It has to do with Ellie characters, stun bombs / smoke bombs. So, The problem arises from, this is also in the campaign, by the way, but the problem arises with the game treating stun bombs and smoke bombs as two separate things. So you start out with stun bombs, and then you use a training manual to upgrade them to smoke bombs. Again, the problem is the game treats them as two separate things. Let me just show you. I got to rely on footage for this one. So this one happened less than a week ago. I'm playing as Dina. I upgraded the thing so that she has smoke bombs instead of stun bombs. So before this encounter, she has 4 smoke bombs. Okay? And I'm going into an encounter that has temporarily unlock all recipes. Okay? Time limit. It took away my smoke bombs. I had 4. I went into an encounter that had unlock all recipes. It took away my smoke bombs because that temporarily unlock all recipes only applies to stun bombs. Oh, it took away all of them. Shit. Yeah. Shit. So that temporarily unlock all recipes only applies to stun bombs. I had smoke bombs. But the problems don't stop there. Watch this. Same thing. Here's the upgrade tree. The Gambit is stun an enemy with a stun bomb. For some reason, I was an idiot. I have 3 stun bombs. I haven't upgraded it yet. I decide to upgrade it in the middle of the encounter. It didn't... I just realized something. It didn't take the bombs away because I did that when I started the encounter. What would be interesting is if you go into an encounter with unlock all recipes and then you upgrade it. My guess is nothing would happen, but maybe it goes from 3 to 0. Who knows? Regardless, I just upgraded from stun bombs to smoke bombs. I guarantee you if I stun an enemy, will it count towards the Gambit? I just have a feeling because this isn't classified as a... No, I knew that's what was going to happen. So even though the Gambit was stun one enemy with a stun bomb, because I upgraded it in the middle of a match to a smoke bomb, it didn't count. So the Gambit is unachievable. And then I was just given this by a viewer. Sorry, it's a little hard to see. So the Dropbox wants 3 stun bombs. Or 1. It wants 1. That's how many you have, that's how many it wants. If you upgrade stun bombs to smoke bombs, you don't have stun bombs anymore. So the Dropbox is like, nah, I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. Those aren't stun bombs, they're smoke bombs. Get them out of my sight. Yeah. In the campaign, it also happens. If you're doing New Game Plus and you end the game with smoke bombs. No. Yeah, if you end the game with smoke bombs, when you're doing a New Game Plus and you enter Seattle Day 1, you won't have anything. If you avoid the upgrade, you'll be maxed out on stun bombs when you enter Seattle Day 1. I remember that. While New Game Plus was a category, well, it still is. In the New Game Plus category, when you're making the file for New Game Plus, you intentionally don't want to upgrade them to smoke bombs so you can have stun bombs when you enter Seattle Day 1. So yeah, it's a problem with the game overall, but it's especially... it's especially there as well. I mean, if you want to craft 2 at a time, you have to make the jump from stun to smoke. But it's almost not recommended if you see like an temporarily unlock all recipes somewhere on the board. So it's... Yeah. I'm sitting here wondering what would happen if you went in to an encounter with unlock all recipes with stun bombs and then upgraded in the middle of that round. Maybe it would just get rid of them completely. Maybe. Or nothing would happen. I don't know. Mystery. I told you this mode's weird. Anyway, next. Dude, Hunter, that was a that was a Mystic. That was a great video you sent me. I didn't even know that was a thing. That was topical, so that was very good. All right, let's see. What did I just talk about? The stun smoke glitch. Did I talk about anything else? All right, the list is getting smaller. How many are left? A lot. Huh. I can get to these. I just want to. I'm just thinking which one is. Which one should I do next? What's the one that I just did? Stun smoke bomb issues. So what kind of goes well with that? What do you guys think? Gaming, yeah. um, I guess I could talk about what do I feel like talking about? Because there's not going to be any logic to the order I present things. I guess because I talked about bombs, I could talk about like I just talked about bombs. I could talk about the multi kills. I guess I could. Holdout's gonna have its own thing. Yeah, I want to talk about multi kills. All right, so there was a daily in Overlook where I threw a Molotov and they didn't. I could use that as an example. I don't remember which one it was though. If it was recent or not. Let me see if I can just find footage. Like, make my own footage. I'll do infected again. There you go. Assault. Uninfected. There. Ellie starts with a molly.
Here we go.
I can just mention the fact that pipe bombs and shotgun kills can get you a multi-kill, right? I don't think I need footage of that. All right, next thing I want to talk about is multi-kills. I'm not going to show off an example of a multi-kill. A multi-kill, you get 10 points for a multi-kill, which is 2 enemies dying at the exact same time. You can get it with one pull of the trigger of a shotgun, and it's like one and the next die at the same time. You could do it with Tommy's rifle or a hunting pistol, where you line up 2 in a row and then kill them, and it kills 2 at the same time. If 2 die at the same time as a result of your gun, it's a multi-kill. If you're using a trap mine or a pipe bomb, it goes off and it kills 2 at the same time, it's a multi-kill. I will mention this. I find it annoying that the severed leg mechanic is in no return, because if you use a pipe bomb or a trap mine and it kills one, but it severs the leg of the other, then you don't get credit with a multi-kill, which makes sense because it's not dead just yet. But yeah, I find that annoying. But that's not the point of what I'm here to show you. Molotovs. You can't really get a multi-kill with a Molotov. I've seen it done, but it's not consistent. Okay? So just to show you, I'll do that. Now watch. Okay. 2 just died from that. I'll also do a multi-kill just to show you get points. Okay. So, those 2 infected died at the exact same time from the molly. Uh-huh. Yep, I'm going to remove my webcam real quick. So there's a stun. There's a melee kill. No multi-kill. Even though... Give me one moment here. Even though... Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Watch this. Watch the top right. Watch right here. Watch. That's the reason why. If this was a bomb detonation, they both would have been grayed out at the same time. But because it's a Molotov throw, there is a 1 frame window of one dying technically before the other. The same thing happens even if I throw it on the ground. Because it has to do with fire and not an explosion, it doesn't count as a multi-kill. I've even had it where I did exactly what I said, where I threw it on the ground, and both were actually grayed out at the exact same time on the frame. Like, I would move 1 frame forward, and both would be grayed out. I still wasn't credited with a multi-kill. So, yeah, and as you can see right there, there's the melee, there's the stun. I threw a bomb, it took out the other at the same time. No multi-kill. Again, you get it with guns, you get it with explosives, as long as their legs aren't severed. You don't get it with mollies. And Shadow, hi Shadow, in the chat. You also get robbed out of multi-kills with the shotgun whenever you get the white hit marker, even though both enemies die at the same time. Yeah, the white hit marker means like it, like, well, the white hit marker means that it doesn't kill them. But like it severed their leg or it knocked them to the ground. That basically means it isn't a kill. Regardless, I'm not really here for guns. Like, as long as they both do actually die at the same time, with a gun, with explosives, it's a multi-kill. With a Molotov, it's not. And it's really, really annoying. Because they fucking died at the same time, all right? A way to fix it would be to, like, increase the window by, like, just a couple frames to be able to get a multi-kill, you know? That's how to fix it, but, like, yeah. Anyway, that's all I wanted to show with that. Next. All right, that's another one. Multi-kill. Where did I put that? All right, yep, there's that. Yesterday, I don't know if you're in my Discord, we made an entire list of, like, I'm doing what I did with Remake. A couple years ago, I made a things I don't like about Remake video. It did very well and led to some things being fixed. I at everyone and made a huge list of things that aren't part 2 related, but are more no return related. And I'm just showing them off one by one by one. It's a lot. Oh yeah, when they both die. So they both die, but you don't get a double. That is weird. Alright, what else should we... How's the snow totals looking? Or snow isn't starting here for another 12 hours, but... They have us in the snow and ice range now. Let me just take a little breather here. That rain snow line is moving much further north than people had anticipated. I don't know. Anyway, what's the next thing I want to mention? Like I said, there's no order for this. It's just whatever I feel like talking about. Why don't we do... This one's weird. What do you guys think of this one? In the restaurant chapter, enemies are able to shoot you before... Human enemies are able to shoot you before they've even entered the area. What do you guys think of that? Which can also happen on the motel chapter. Any map. Any map where, like, they don't spawn at level with you. I'm going to try and get that one. Should I even put it... I'll play as Manny because he has extra health. Alright. Custom. Hunted. I'll go Rattlers because they have more frequency of guns. No weird mods. Play as Manny because he has more health. Let me see if I got that. Oh, yep. I just got it right here.
Okay.
Accuracy glitch, we did that. Stun bombing the bloater more than once removes accuracy. I will mention that. We did all the accuracy. We did the accuracy. Smoke bombs don't count as stun bomb. We just did that one. Yep, smoke bombs in it. We did that one. Interrupted stealth kill. We did that one. The pipe bomb throw doesn't count. We didn't do that one, but I could mention it. Leg shots where it's severed don't give 5 points. Shotgun not showing up. Oh yeah, shotgun headshot not showing up. Well, that one's because the shotgun, it shoots off as like fragments. So it's not just one shot. Even though you get the headshot reticle for it, if one little fragment of the shotgun hits something besides the head, like the chest or neck area, then it doesn't. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, we need the restaurant map. No big axe or any melee in general and being unable to dodge.
I'm ready to go.
I think I know. Oh, there we go. Hunted by rattlers. I just have to survive this one. I'll go under the water. I'm sorry, what is it? So, what with the melee and dodging? Oh, that's more of a part 2 issue, though. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that more of a part 2 issue? This is more about no return specifically. Yeah, I want this video to be more about no return than part 2. Of course.
You're fucking dead!
No, Alright. Jesus, what a list. My God. We've included almost every single one that you mentioned in this comment, by the way. I needed med kits. For God's sake. Whatever. I'll find one. Alright, I'll try and get shot. Where should I stand? Where do you think I should stand? There's three entry points from above. Whatever, I'll mention it and I'll see if I can get it. If not, I'll just take it out. Yeah, right there. All right, what exactly is the complaint here? Okay. All right, up next is, remember when I mentioned human enemy aimbot? I mean, that's bad on its own, but what about them shooting you from an area that you can't even get to? There's 2 maps where that happens. The motel, which is like day 2 flashback as Ellie in the campaign. Like, we are on patrol, right? That part. Enemies spawn up top and then hop down into the area. If you're exposed, the human enemies don't wait until they get down to your level. They just shoot you from up top. Another map where that happens, the restaurant. So they can spawn up top and shoot you. I'm going to see if I get an enemy here. I'll see if I can get this.
By the deck!
They might not spawn up top because I'm close to them. We'll see. I know they can. Aimbot. They don't miss. But it doesn't look like they're spawning up there. I know they can. Oh, there's one. However, he didn't, Maybe. There's them not missing, by the way.
Heads up!
Alright, it's not happening. I could at least look at the seed. 769 300 602. Let's try again. This also might not work because I was doing it in a custom thing before. So this might not work. Did I?
Alright.
I don't think I did. There's... Well... oh well. They're still hunted there. Task failed successfully. Oh God. Haven't gotten to companions yet.
Ay, Dios mío. Stay down.
I don't think we gotta worry about that. Hey, Tio. Again, we've been working for 3.5 hours on a video of things we don't like about No Return. The next thing I'm trying to show off is getting shot from enemies that haven't hopped into the area yet. Like restaurant or motel.
Fucker.
Maybe. I think it's easier to just mention one of the maps and then show it off on another. Distractions attract enemies, man. I'm sure it is. I'll be here for like a week straight if I include everything. Alright, where's a good spot to stand here? Lefty, thank you for 5-year resub! Alright, in the restaurant, where's a good spot to stand so you can get shot from enemies that haven't dropped in yet? We just tried the kitchen area, but it didn't work. Try the camera looking away from the spot. Oh, we have a buddy. That shouldn't matter. I could try the very, very middle. Like, I could try right here. 2 enemies. Or I could try, like, being right here. The open area might work better.
We know you're here.
Let's try it over here instead.
Coming.
Right here!
Of course. Come on. Give me something.
Behind you!
Yeah, they're spawning over there. If nothing else, I'm showing off aimbot.
Right over here!
On your left!
Cuz, we're gonna fuck you up!
No, they don't seem too interested. There you go. See that? They haven't even hopped into the area. Now keep in mind, there's like 3 other locations they can spawn up top and then drop in from. And then combine that with the fact that that's not the only map where that can happen. I mentioned the motel. That can happen. Hybrid, thank you for 20-month resub. Yeah. Why they made that, like, here. The only infected-only map in this entire mode is Gondola. Why they couldn't have made Restaurant the other one, I don't know. Because Restaurant isn't a person, isn't a people encounter in the campaign either. It's infected only. Why they decided to include that, it's hunted only. But why they decided to include people, I don't know. Because that's not right. That's not right. Another map I feel that way about is the school. It's a very compact map. The only reason I could justify it having people in that one is because that's the first human encounter in the entire game. So I guess that one makes a little bit more sense, but it's still so fucking small. The restaurant, though, that makes no sense. No sense. The motel, at least it's a bigger map with some spots of cover, but that's ridiculous. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Next. That was perfect footage. I like that. I'm gonna have to trim this down a lot, but that was good footage. I don't know if you noticed, at the end, I even crouched. Alright. What's next? Was this even on the list? Oh, yep, it was. Okay. That was on the list. What else? Well, I mean, not what else, but like... I feel like talking about Holdout. Here, since Shadow and Tio, you guys are here, what do you guys think of, like, this one? When you take damage, every 2 things of damage is 1 point. For your companion, it's 1 point per damage. per one thing of damage. Have you guys always, like, gelled with that? I want to mention that. It's alright. I kind of wish it worked the same. Then again, that is like the point gimmick for that encounter type, so I guess I could I'll before I like stop the recording, I'll mention it. Oh, I know what I want to show. Companions walking into acid. That video I put out yesterday. Where can I find it? Didn't I include that in Clips of the Month? Or did I include it in a Faily run? I must have included it in a Faily run. Alright. Yeah, right here. Alright. Yeah, I'll say the problem with holdout. What do you guys think about the bloater in the middle of the encounter? I'm gonna list that as a complaint. If you want to include the bloater to like change things up, I guess that's okay. I'd prefer him at the end though. I can vividly remember there was one time I was playing as Ellie. I wasted every single piece of ammo I had on him, and I couldn't do anything. Whereas if he was at the end, maybe I could like string something together, but I guess that's veering more into like opinions than like something actually wrong. He goes after you instead of the I can vividly remember one time where that didn't happen. But that must have been because I just ran away. Nikki, I think you're mentioning the one that I was thinking about. Yeah. He went after my ally. Someone. Yeah. Whatever. I want to mention, the main thing I want to mention is how an ally can just like run completely away from you and sometimes even walk into acid. Shambler acid. I'm pretty sure I put that in a Clips of the Month because I didn't die. So let me look for a hospital. Oh, I think I found it. No. I think I will find it though. Nope, not there either. I'll find it. I remember it happening. Hospital as... Remember it happened a while ago. That was definitely pre-DLC, so let me look again. There was no death there, so I definitely put it in Eclipse of the Month. And it was definitely in hospital. And it was holdout. It was hospital holdout. Do I not have footage of this? A 100% would have put that in Clips of the Month. I think I got it. Yep, got it. Yep. I'm looking out for past me. I got it. Yeah, that's funny. Okay. This might need to be, this video might need to be made over 2 streams, to be honest with you. Okay. All right, up next, I'm going to talk a little bit about holdout. The biggest issue with holdout definitely involves your companion, because that's the entire point of the encounter, is to protect your companion. Sometimes they veer like really far away from you. I can remember sometimes like I was indoors and he ran outdoors because I think he was getting chased or something. They don't really stick next to you that much, but which can cause something like this to happen. Watch this. I'll just let the clip play out. It has to do with like when shamblers show up. Ignore the fact he's invisible. Doesn't matter much. So the shambler's dead. Watch this. He's willingly stepping into the... Yeah. Watch the health up top. Look at the health. He lost over half of his entire health, not because a shambler attacked him, but because he just walks into the acid. Like, I could understand taking damage right there, but then he just willingly walks into it. Yeah. I ended up dying on this one, by the way. And that's not the first time that happened. That's happened many times, but this clip still makes me laugh today. So 1 enemy left, it's a shambler, and Joel hasn't taken any damage. Oh, shit. Okay, he's gone. Encounter complete. No. No, 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 no. 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 Did you hear the sound effect? Listen. Encounter was already over. I guarantee you it counts. It actually counted! Yeah. The encounter was over, all the enemies were dead, and Joel walked into the shambler acid and lost me 13 points. Combined with the multiplier, that's a little over 40 points. Yeah. So that problem more stems from like the companions just kind of running wherever they want. Yeah. Not really much to mention after that. The other thing I'll mention with Holdout, but this I'm just going to include this because it's more opinionated than anything. I don't like how the bloater can show up in the middle of a holdout. It can only show up in encounters 4 and 5 on the board, but sometimes it's not consistent. Sometimes a bloater will show up in the middle of an encounter, which I think is stupid because he's two different bosses. You know, there's 6 bosses. A bloater counts for a third of them. To just include that in the middle of an encounter that's already pretty chaotic, I don't know. Like, obviously he doesn't have as much health as a bloater boss, but oh, yeah, they don't show up when you have invisible enemies, but that's already impossible. It does make it fun. I guess I'm okay with it. I wish he would show up at the end. That way you're just dealing with him. When you're dealing with the other runners and him, I think it can get a little too chaotic. But like I said, that ventures a little bit further into more opinionated stuff than an actual problem with the mode. I don't know. I wish the bloater could be sort of taken on by itself. Like if he was the last, I kind of enjoy it when he's the last enemy in the area, but dealing with everything plus him, I think it's too difficult. I think it's just too difficult. Again, that's more opinion. But the allies walking into acid and just like walking sometimes outside of where you are, yeah, that's annoying. That's annoying. And obviously is not right. But yeah, that's all I'll mention about that. All right, next. Like I said, that ventured more into opinionated, but yeah. Okay. Sloke, what do we got here? Bloaters in the middle of holdout. Companions. Did I mention that as a... Oh, I have one. Can somebody get me footage of either acid rain or Molotov rain ruining the clear a wave without taking damage gambit? I've seen it happen to Tio. I'm sure it's happened to me as well, but I can't really find good footage of it. And I'd be here forever because gambits are random, but... Could someone find me footage? That very specific combination I think is bullshit. Like you did something wrong, you know? Hold out companions walking into acid. I did that one. List is getting smaller. That's good. Who's Bob? Who's Bob? You have the name of the punchline of my favorite joke. Remember my joke? I told this one a long time ago. But... Liam, thank you for a 22-month membership at Tier 2. Thanks a lot, man. What was I talking about? The no damage combined with Molotov rain. Does anyone have a clip of that? I remember seeing Tio have that happen to him. I don't remember how long ago it was, though. I can vividly remember watching one of his dailies. He was prone in the grass in the houses, and then the Gambit was ruined because of that. Dude, I heard another joke yesterday. I'm always on the lookout for something funny. I heard a joke yesterday that I laughed at for like a minute straight. Here, I'll tell it. Probably can't tell it as well as the guy who was telling it, but I'll try my best. So there's an 80-year-old couple. 80-year-old couple. They're going to the doctors. The doctor says, well, it seems like you two are becoming a little bit more forgetful. What you want to do is start writing things down. That should help you remember things a little bit better. Later that night, the husband and wife are on the couch watching TV. The husband gets up and the wife says, where are you going? He says, to the kitchen. She says, can you get me some vanilla ice cream? He says, all right. She says, do you want to write it down so you don't forget? He says, I'm not going to forget. It's vanilla ice cream. All right. The wife says, could you also add strawberries and whipped cream? He says, all right, sure thing. She says, do you want to write it down so you don't forget? He says, I'm not going to forget. Vanilla ice cream, strawberries, whipped cream. Comes back 20 minutes later. He hands her a plate of bacon and eggs. And she says, you idiot, you forgot my toast. Oh, I don't know why I laughed at that for like a minute. Ugh. uh. Oh, God. Funny. That's also all waiting for us. Oh, man. I love that. That's going in clips of the month, by the way. No, I haven't done any dailies. All right, I got to think about what the next thing I'm going to talk about is. List is getting smaller and smaller. Why don't I mention... What about this one? Bill's shotgun not showing up on the first drop box? Seeing as how that's kind of his whole thing. I don't think that needs to be shown, though. I think I can just mention it. You like that one? Okay. Like, I want to talk about Marlene a little bit, and I guess I can mention him because he was the other DLC character. Also, there is no Dropbox on the second, or the second encounter, right? So the only time you would be able to get it would be for the fourth encounter and onward, if you don't get it on the first one. For Manny, there is. But what about Bill? Why Manny? So that means you would do the Dropbox on the third, so you'd only have it for the fourth encounter, fifth encounter, and 1, 3, for... That's dumb. I'm definitely including that. My God. Maybe there's a video. Let me look at my Bill dailies. I don't feel like doing it. Bill Nye, the science guy. Let's see. I don't think I did the Dropbox as him, did I? Let's see. Yes, I did. Did it show up in the locker? Alright, it did. Damn it. I gotta find another one then. The last Bill one I did. They're all unlisted. Right, okay. Gotta look at old daily runs here. Let's try this one. All right. We'll see if I even need the shotgun. I don't know if I want the semi-auto. Aha! Got one. Got it. I'm so organized. All right, up next, let's talk about Bill. I'm sorry. Let's talk even more about Bill. As if I haven't done that enough over the last 11 years. So, Bill's big thing is he gets a fully upgraded pump shotgun. That's his big thing. He can't dodge, so the shotgun is basically all he has. That plus trap mines and bombs and stuff, but... So this is what you do. This is the first encounter of an entire board. You have to do the drop box in order to get it. Which you can pretty much do. The first one will only ask for a pipe, for a trap mine, or a med kit. So you satisfy what it asks for, and then the encounter's finished. And then if my computer will load, when you get back, you will be given shotgun plus something else. That's Bill's thing. He gets two things from a drop box instead of one. And one of those things is a fully upgraded pump shotgun. That. Which is, yeah, it's a really good shotgun. The problem is, sometimes it doesn't show up. So this is the one that I just did before. We go back to the hideout. Semi-auto and a training manual. That lowers it from Bill being useless to him being even more useless. Because when you're playing as Bill, the second encounter doesn't have a drop box. Therefore, you would have to try again on the third encounter, which does have a drop box. And at that point, you may or may not get the shotgun again, and then you only have it for the fourth, fifth encounters and the boss, which you might not even need it for. So, yeah, I think the randomization of something you're kind of promised from the game is stupid. It's bad enough I deal with him being him in the Part 1 speedruns, but then he can't dodge, and the shotgun, like, am I going to get this really powerful shotgun? I don't know. And on top of that, you can't purchase it from the locker. It is unpurchasable from the locker. I don't know if he can even purchase a normal pump shotgun. I don't think he can. Maybe someone can correct me if he can or can't, but I don't think he can. Yeah. So that legendary shotgun that we are like teased into him getting sometimes can only be used on half of the entire board. So yeah. That's about it. Next. I want to talk about Marlene next. I'm going to talk about Marlene next with the assault rifle. Not that there's like anything wrong with her, but trying to leg shot and then headshot with the assault rifle. And Tio, I'm going to reference your short here. I want to see if I can get it myself, though. Oh, right, he's an Abby character, so it would be the double barrel. That's right. You can't buy the double barrel. That's right. Yeah. It didn't sound right in my head. I'm like, wait, something's not right. He's an Abby character, so he would purchase the double barrel. Right. Hunted. I don't want to do this against infect. Does the glitched out leg shot headshot happen for infected, or is it just people? When using Marlene's rifle? Does it happen with infected too? It's whatever. Does anyone know? Like, here's what I'm going to show. For those who, like, have never seen it. Apparently it works eventually, but... Does anyone know off the top of their head if it works with infected? I mean, I guess I could try. I'll give it a try. If not, I'll do hunted against people.
Okay, my turn.
Things we don't like about No Return. All the bugs and glitches and things that, like, just don't belong. I didn't want that. So it looks like you can... Right there, I saw it once. It works normally against infected. You know, I could put that as the thumbnail. You know what really grinds my gears? Alright, so... I don't think I have to show a video. Or I don't have to show, like, my own footage. Because... we already have a video of it. Is there anything else about Marlene that's weird? That I can mention while we're here? Yes, I'll do that next. I'll do that next. Or I could load that up right now. I would need a... Let me do a... Alright, I know what I'll do. Okay. It might take a little while to... Alright, because it might take a little while, let me just get this one out of the way. Alright, let's talk about Marlene now, because she is the other DLC character. Bill and Marlene are both DLC characters. Bill's got the shotgun issue. Marlene has an assault rifle issue. So that's another gun, just like Bill, that's another gun that is like custom made just for her. The closest you can come to that in No Return is the SMG, the silenced automatic rifle, but or the silenced machine gun, whatever. The assault rifle works very similarly to how it works in, you know, the hospital in Part 1, both original and remake. And if you're wondering how you see some professional players only fire one bullet at a time because shooting it like crazy can just ruin accuracy. That's not the issue I'm going to talk about, but the moment you fire, let go of aim. So like that. That's how you fire one bullet at a time. One small complaint is I guess I wish we could make it so it only fires one bullet at a time, but then it would be way too overpowered. It would be like the variable rifle. So I understand why they don't. Anyway, that's not the issue. The issue, the actual glitch, I'm going to rely on some footage from Tio, who's one of the best no-return players in the world. Watch what happens if you try to leg shot and then headshot. Yeah. Who would have thought that by custom adding a gun for one character into this mode, you would break something? Yeah. You cannot leg shot, then headshot. Human and enemies. I did just recently check on Infected. It works on Infected. You can leg shot and headshot. That's not really a strategy we use. When dealing leg shot, headshot on Infected, we usually grab them. But with people, they stay on the ground a little bit longer, so you can headshot them while they're on the ground. We do that pretty frequently, but yeah. So you can leg shot, headshot Infected, though we don't use that strategy much. You can't do that with the assault rifle for people. Because of course something just wouldn't function the way it's supposed to. Yeah. I also want to talk about something else specifically with Marlene. It has to do with gambits. Marlene's big thing is if you fulfill the gambit, you get a few more rewards, and you get a little bit more currency, but if you fail the gambit, you don't get anything at all. So it's basically all or nothing with her and gambits. And sometimes it can contradict itself a little bit. Let me show you an example. Okay. Marlene's the only person who gets Gambit on every encounter. I didn't know that. Do you not get a Gambit for holdout if you're playing as somebody else? When do you not get a Gambit playing as somebody else besides a boss? I don't think I ever noticed that. Okay, what was I gonna do? I had just a random assault. I need a random assault. It's easier against infected, so I'll... Right. And that's only for holdout. I didn't know that. Okay. That's not really a complaint, though.
Excellent.
Is it? Alright, I guess we'll do... I hate TV station. Give me hardware store or shipping yard. I hate that map. Yeah, everything. That's the point I'm getting to. Yeah.
Let's get a move on.
Oh, nice foresight, Nikki. Yeah, that's good too. Okay, so again, the big thing with Marlene is gambits. She has to fulfill the gambit if you want to get any of the rewards that the encounter offers after it's over. And I was just told this. Apparently, sometimes in holdout, you don't get a gambit, but Marlene will actually get a gambit every single time, which makes her the only character to get a gambit no matter what. That's just an observation. It's not a complaint. Here's the complaint. It's not with any of the other modes, it's with Assault specifically. When you're doing Holdout, Capture, or Hunted, the Gambit shows up right away. Right away before you do anything, the Gambit pops up. In Assault, it's with her and other characters. Sometimes the Gambit pops up on the second wave or the third wave. Sometimes it pops up on the first... Does it? I'm sure it does. Yes, sometimes the Gambit pops up on the first wave, but it's random which one it'll do. That's a disaster for Marlene because we, as professional, no return players, we already have what we're going to do like planned in advance. Sometimes we'll do no guns, and then we commit to that and we do that for 50 points. Sometimes we'll do all headshots, so we try and stun and headshot everyone for the extra 30 points at the end. So you'll commit to a tactic, and then the Gambit shows up to completely fucking ruin it. So this is just a random assault that I started up as her. And look at that, no Gambit. No Gambit. So I'm going to go with no guns, because that's what I normally do. This is against infected, by the way. Oh. Melee sets enemies on fire. That makes it fun. Okay, so I've committed to going for no guns. The Gambit still hasn't popped up. That's Marlene's whole thing. She needs to fulfill the gambit in order to receive the rewards afterwards. Otherwise, you could be completely screwed by the time the second encounter rolls around. There's a brick over here. Let it burn. There we go. Okay, here comes the gambit. Still waiting for it. Headshot a grabbed enemy.
Lucky.
That couldn't have... No, it's not lucky, Marlene. That was a very dumb thing to say. I've already committed. Remember, the whole point of no return when you're trying to play professionally is to rack up the highest score you can get. Not using a gun gets you 50 points. If I go for the headshot, it counts the same as a melee kill, and I lose out on the 50 points. But if I had gotten that gambit in the beginning, I would have gone for all headshots. Okay? And to be honest, this isn't even a thing that's with her specifically. This happens with pretty much anyone you play as. With Assault. Usually it's more of a problem earlier on than later. Like, if the gambit shows up early, like, do this, it's like, all right, maybe I was going to do it this way, but I'll do it this way instead. Usually, I'll include this in as, like, a complaint about the gambit as well. It always seems to contradict what you were already trying to do. If the goal is high score, why would it do that? I guess it wants you to, like, change up what you're doing. If I use a bullet, I'm out 50 points. Or the inverse, I'm going for all headshots and then it asks me to melee. The penalty isn't as severe because that's, you know, the 10 points from the gambit versus missing out on 30. But, like, anytime the gambit shows up in the second or third wave, it very rarely does it say to do something that you're already doing. And there's just no point in that when your goal is high score. Right? And with her, specifically, that problem is, like, magnified, multiplied, whatever you want to call it. This was my, like, this video is going to be pretty heavily edited. This was my first try. I just sort of knew it was going to give me a gambit that contradicted what I was doing. There was no second or third try with this. This was my first try loading in and just seeing what it would... Because I just kind of knew it would happen. It happens all the time. Not just with her. But like I said, when you're playing as her and you're doing Assault, you need to know that gambit. So yeah. That's my issue with Marlene and Assault gambits specifically. Okay, let's go on to the next thing. That was a good video, right? I think that went really well. I think that went really well. All right. Gambit showing up in second or third wave, contradicting what you were already doing. Marlene, leg shot, headshot. We're moving here. Look how much is left. We are really moving here. Why don't we talk about revolver severing legs? Would you call that a legit complaint? before I like commit to that, would you call that a complaint? The complaint is the revolver severs legs and you don't get points for it. Whereas with a pistol, I mean, so many characters are at like the bottom of a tier list that I will make someday, just because they start with a revolver. It's a part 2 thing. Well, it's not an issue when you're doing the campaign, but it's an issue here. When you sever an enemy's leg, you don't get 5 points. Yeah, there's a counter to it. You're right. And then I can pivot to show that when you pipe bomb a shambler and you get the stun positive mod, you don't actually get the stun points for it. So it counts as a stun with regards to like melee durability or something, but then you don't get points for it. I want to try and work those in together. All right, this one I think I can do myself. I think it would be better shown off here. Yeah. All right, I want hunted by infected on. Enemies infected. I'll choose Jesse.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Good map for this as well. This is going to be a good video. I'm excited for it. I've been talking about it a lot. Like, making it a lot. How do I want to start this off? Right, just revolver characters in general. All right, up next, I want to talk about the most commonly used tactic when you're playing No Return, and that is the leg shot stun, and then either a headshot or a melee afterwards. Doesn't really matter which one, unless you're going for all headshots. But it looks like this. By the way, also, here's the motel chapter, and here's an example of, like, people spawning up top and being able to shoot you. It's infected, but imagine there's people up there, and then them shooting you, just like the restaurant. That's what I was referring to. Anyway, the most commonly used tactic. Leg shot, melee. Stun, melee. You can also do that. So that right there is the most commonly used tactic. 5 points. 5 points. Or you can do this. Okay, that right there, that's what we're going to talk about next. So, leg shot is 5 stun points, and then a melee or a headshot is 5 more points. So Hunted by Infected can get you the highest score of any encounter in this game. And it doesn't matter if you're playing as an Ellie character or an Abby character, pistol leg shot and then either a knife stab or like a punch or a neck snap. It doesn't really matter which one. We kind of prefer using Abby characters for this, but As long as you're not playing as Ellie, remember, that's the issue I was talking about with her not being able to do a quick kill. If you're playing as a non-Ellie character, or just an Abby character with a pistol, yeah, these are really, really fun encounters. Let's talk about revolver characters. I'd rather show this than just mention it. Yeah, she's the one to go for with this. Abby characters don't have... Do all Abby characters have a pistol? They do. Yeah, that besides Manny. I forgot Manny.
Fuck yeah.
Not the brewery. And Joel, right. Manny and Joel. Dina starts with 6, so...
Let's get moving.
It is a good map for this. I don't think I... No, I don't want the melee sets enemy on fire. If I'm going to show how to counteract it, I don't want that.
Great.
This one will do. This one will do just fine. Yeah, it'll do. Yeah, I was thinking Abby in Santa Barbara, but that doesn't really... Alright, so now I'm playing as Dina, who starts with a revolver. And I think you know where this is going. Severed the leg. I gotta put some room here. Severed the leg. Okay. Every time you sever the leg, even though you get the stun on the reticle, you don't get the 5 points. So if you revolver leg shot and infected, and it starts crawling around, you don't get 5 points. And then if you don't melee it, and he just dies, you also don't get any points. The one thing about this is you can't have more than one crawling infected in an area at a time. So if you let one crawl around, you can get leg shots. See? Now those count. But now that the one has died, well, I've already... Here, you know what? Let me... Okay. So as you saw, you can leg shot enemies with the revolver if there is one already crawling on the ground. But if you kill it right away, a leg shot's just going to keep severing the legs. See that? So the only way to get points out of a crawling stalker is to do that. So yeah, that puts revolver characters at a huge disadvantage. And remember the other strategy I was doing by shooting one to like put them in a locked position and then leg shotting them? The same thing's gonna happen. I don't think it kills them, but there's no way you're gonna do some damage and then expect their leg to not fall off. You know? The reason I'm still going is because I want to show it off again. There is a way you can counter that. I'm just saying. Yeah. If you're playing as a character that has a revolver, it is a massive disadvantage in terms of getting a high score over a character that just has a pistol as a default. Okay? Let me get to the next encounter and I'll show you something else about how to counter this disadvantage. I just need ammo. I'm pretty sure Manny's hunting pistol is a one-hit kill no matter where you hit them. Shit, the decreased health. I'll go to the subway. Alright, so again, leg shotting with the revolver can stun them if you already have an infected crawling around. That is a workaround. But there's another workaround, and that is, if you leg shot while an infected, you can't sever human legs. I mean, you can, but that just leads to them dying. But that's usually with big guns like shotguns or rifles. Anyway, with infected, if they're in the middle of some kind of animation that doesn't involve them moving, their leg won't sever. So if they're squeezing through an object and they get on the other side, if you leg shot them while they're still doing that animation, their leg won't sever. And it's the same thing with this. You do not want a melee weapon with what I'm about to show you. So watch this. See that? Because he was still doing the react to my knife stab animation, his leg didn't sever. So you'll notice a lot of us do exactly what I did there. Here, watch. Severed leg. Alright, that one I think I was too late. That one I had already delivered too much damage. I guess I could include this as well. You want your dodge and swing to be super fast, because if you like dodge at the last second and then do a stab, he's already going to start another swing. I've always hated how they don't react to your punches or your stabs, but whatever. Watch. See that? It has to be quick. Just like that. Let's get some flat ground here. See that? I think you get it. So if I'm just gonna do this... See, they need to... It's... I wouldn't say it's stars aligning. It's random whether or not they just throw another punch immediately or not. And if you throw like 3 or more, revolver to the leg's just gonna kill them. See that? Okay, I think you get it. Why is she doing the Ellie knife attack? Oh, because you're too close. That is a good observation. Remember what I told you about the quick kills? I couldn't show it. She's not doing the fast knife kill because she's too close. She's like right on top of the infected on the ground. Yeah. She's like right next to the infected on the ground when you're doing the stab. If you want the fast knife throat animation, you need to have some distance. So I guess if you want, you could like back up and then move forward, but I don't think that's worth it. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it because the time it takes to back up and then do the fast animation, you can just kill it right on top of you, you know. But yeah, that's about all I have to mention. So yeah, pistol characters are immediately at a huge disadvantage or advantage over revolver characters. Also, the pistol holds 16, the revolver holds 12. So, yeah. And Joel can't dodge and has a revolver, which makes him basically the worst. Yara and Joel are basically the worst characters for high score chasing because Joel can't stun anybody and Yara has a permanent buddy. We'll talk about companions later, though. God. That deserves its own video. But we'll get to that later. All right. Next. I think that was pretty well shown. Thanks for including that comment. All right, that's a couple more off the list. What else should we... We're already up to 1 hour and 40 minutes in the video. I do have to cut out a lot of stuff, though. So, there's that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to play an ad break and go to the bathroom. I think we can get this done tonight. I honestly think we can. Just got to organize my thoughts a little bit. All right, I'll be right back. Making progress, though. Give me a little breather before we get to the next one. Okay. What should be the next one? Why don't we bite the bullet and talk about non-dodgeable characters? I don't exactly know what I'm going to mention about this.
Time to pay the bill.
Shut your whore mouth.
Someone must have slipped past us.
Right then. I'll go see what's up.
I'll wait for a wave, of course. I'll wait for a wave with... Oh, I need to get rid of his machete. I forgot about that. Hold on. I'll waste an entire wave getting rid of his machete. Or I could play as literally anyone else. I'll play as Tommy. Stupid. I'm just not thinking.
All right.
Melee attacks set enemies on fire. Thank you for that. I do have one I want to mention. The Faily runs.
All right.
Totally. There was a Joel one that I still haven't stopped thinking about. And I found it. That's not... I'm so organized. Okay. I'm also playing on very light. That way I can get more punches in.
You have anything? No one in this area.
I wish I had it. I wish I had it playing. You know what? I'm going to include that. Okay, this right here is time in between the recording. I'm setting up the next thing to show. Yeah, there's your assault spawns that I was talking about. God. Anyway, what I'm actually going to talk about next is the non-dodgeable characters. Clip. All right, here we go. So, there's 12 characters. 3 of them can't dodge. I think that's stupid. I wouldn't think it was that stupid if how they reacted to your punches worked like the original. In original Last of Us, Joel throws a punch, they react to it. Whether it's a person a runner, or a stalker, even if they had a helmet on, they react to it. And this game's combat, obviously, is built entirely around the dodge mechanic. And even on the main menu, when you select Bill, Joel, or Tommy, it says sturdier against melee. All right? This is on very light, so I can show off some punches here, but like... Yeah. The only way it's sturdier is if, like...
Do a sweep. Here!
Alright, dead. But I think you get it. Like, yes. For some of the swings, he's punching through them. Okay. Why couldn't you have made it that they react to your punches? I have a video right here. I could technically keep this going, but this is the first time I experienced this in a daily run. This footage remains rent-free in my head. That's not fair. That's not fair. That's not even a little bit fair. Keep in mind, he had full health right here. 1, 2, 3, 4 punches. She just swung through every one of them. Now, the sturdier against melee means that he's punching her, and he didn't react to the swing. That's not fair. But what's the point? What's the point? Okay, the other thing that sturdier against melee stands for is if you do get an enemy in a combination of punches, they're not going to block you and then shove you away. If you're playing as literally anyone else that can dodge, you'll go punch, punch, punch. This one, the enemy blocks, they shove you away, and then they do their own melee attack. When you're playing as Bill, Joel, or Tommy, they don't block your attack. Same thing with the Stalker. They don't push you away. Like a Stalker does that as well. Runners, no. But people and Stalkers, yeah, they block a punch and then shove you away. They don't do that when you're playing as Bill, Joel, or Tommy. So sturdier against melee means your punches can't be blocked, and they will punch through enemy attacks. But them not reacting to your punches, regardless of what they are doing. Oh, God. And then, God forbid you get hit once by an infected. You're stun locked. Remember what I showed earlier with Dina? I tried dodging stab, dodging stab, dodging stab, but the runner kept throwing punches and throwing punches and throwing punches. Sometimes a runner can you know, hold on a sec. Hold on. Wasn't that one? Which one was it? This one. What? This one's from a daily run just 4 or 5 days ago. 3 or 4 days ago. Whatever. Look at the combination of punches from the runner. Swings through it, 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 and then grabs. Dude. Yeah. So, no reaction, no reaction, no reaction, no reaction, no reaction, grab. That is a possibility from runners. That can just happen. That is how they designed this game to be. Melee, dodge, melee, dodge, melee, dodge. If you are playing as Bill, Joel, or Tommy, and you get hit once before you've started a punch, you're just dead. You are just dead if you get that alignment. Because, you know, runners, it's 1, it's 2, it's 3, it's 4. If you're mashing square, or whatever button you use for punch, nothing. You're stun locked. I don't need to show it to you. I know for a fact if you played this mode already, it's already happened to you. So yeah, in my opinion, the sturdier against melee, while that is technically in there, it's still bullshit. Based on both videos I showed you and what I showed you right here. Here, he has a pipe, so I can't really, like... where's there some health I could pick up? I think it's right here. That's over here. Yeah, it's right here. Alright, I gotta get rid of this melee weapon, but... we'll play around with this some more while we're here. Again, this is very light. On grounded, you're just dead. If one of them has a gun, I'll take him out first. That's a big gun. I'll take you out.
Over here!
Okay.
There you go, see that? On, again, I'm doing this on very light. On very light, you have, you get more hits out of their dropped melee weapons. On grounded, it's 1 hit. So, yeah, it's I'm sorry, it's just dumb and should be tweaked. Yeah, it's sturdier against melee, but not melee weapons, and that... Did you know, fun fact, in this game, enemies can't, like, throw a punch at you? This is why... You bring up a good point, Mystic, in the chat. I'm doing this live. In this game, the only time you can get an enemy that punches you is if they block you, shove you away, and then they try and, like, pistol whip you. Enemies don't throw punches with their hands in this game. They can only swing at you if they have a melee weapon. Which kind of sounds weird when I say it out loud. Because, I don't know, this game's combat is kind of sophisticated, but it's very odd that they don't have enemies that throw punches. Again, the only way is to get a guy with a gun. Like, if you approach an enemy with a gun and just stand next to him, he'll just keep shooting you over and over. In original, yeah, they'd throw hands, but yeah, not in this game with people. So that's why sturdier against melee is stupid, because the only melee you're going to encounter is people with melee weapons. You can't punch through them. So yeah. Before signing off on this little segment, I want to say, there was a viewer, I forget his name, I'm sorry, that had a great idea. What if you made not being able to dodge, and keeping it the way it is right now, make it a negative mod? The same way that it is for raining Molotovs, or invisible infected, or photo mode filter. Amongst all the negative mods, make it so not being able to dodge is a negative mod that can randomly show up and affect anybody. That way you'd get a higher multiplier, you'd have to think twice before you do the encounter, and yeah, I think it'd be chaotic fun, especially when it's just like isolated occasionally, right? That'd be crazy, because then there'd be some encounters where it wouldn't really come into play, like capture or something, but I loved that idea the moment I heard it, but instead they gave what I just showed you to 25% of the roster. Anyway, yeah. Let's go to the next thing. My God, right? That was some pretty good footage there, I think. What'd you guys think? I love how I got a crappy assault spawn. That's going in the fucking video. Anyway. All right, we need to talk about companions and unseen. I put locker as a bullet point, but I don't think I have anything to mention. Sometimes it just doesn't give you what you're looking for, but that is kind of the point sometimes. Like, I always think about the times... I always think about the times where... like, I wanted a shotgun, and it wouldn't give it to me. And then, once I get past the encounter I needed it for, and I don't need it for the next one, then the locker gave it to me. Or the time when I had to re-roll the locker 10 times, and I still didn't get a melee weapon. You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm sure it's somewhere in my clips of the month videos that that I just put out yesterday. I swear to God, if that is it here? I found it. I'm so good. I'm so organized, man. Oh my God, it's 2 clips back to back. It is like the wow. No. And Molly's. I need a shotgun. And any of this is worth my time. I'm so organized. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna, like, organize. Let me just think. Alright, I'll just start talking. Alright, not that this next one is a huge deal, because it being randomized can be a fun thing as it forces you to think quickly on your feet. But the lockers. The lockers. Sometimes it doesn't give you what you're looking for, but it does it in a really, really, really trollish way. I have 2 clips I'm going to show you. The first clip is I was about to do a hunted by infected in a small map, like the school. I'm pretty sure it was a school, and I wanted a shotgun. I need a shotgun. Yeah, see? And Molly's. I have 40 currency. Wait, hold on. After I've spent everything. Okay, so I had 31 currency to spend for what I think costs 12 or 15 points for a shotgun, and Marlene, like Jesse, has the infinite reroll. So I'm just going to reroll for the shotgun. And here we go. No shotgun. I'm not going to have a shotgun for this. Fine, I'll just spend. Stupid! Fucking bullshit. It's like the most you fucking need. You kind of need the shotgun for an encounter like that. And watch. Just watch. Do. Couldn't even enjoy that. I don't need the shotgun anymore. I needed it for that one encounter. So after that encounter's over, it was the first thing that popped up. And you can see how happy I was. I don't need it anymore. It does this on purpose. Yeah, I think it does it on purpose. This one was even worse. This was right before a boss. I needed a melee weapon. Look at all the currency I had to spend. Let's get a better melee weapon. Yeah, there you go. All right, I max out on pipe bombs. So that's 1 reroll. It didn't have it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Also, keep in mind, I've purchased just about everything. Jesse's big thing is he has a lot of currency. I've purchased every single thing. Notice how these two aren't moving. That's because I've purchased everything else. I just need a melee weapon. Sorry, I've lost count. And then the moment where I couldn't afford it, it pops up. Yeah, not even a machete. Machete's 3. I could have gotten that with 4 remaining. Like, if a machete pops up here, I could have gotten it. But it actually gave it to me, like, after... Those were, like, the worst examples I could find, and they were, like, within the same month. It was just crazy. And you got to keep in mind, Marlene and Jesse are the only characters that have the infinite reroll. Every other character can only reroll once. So you take those two characters, which can basically get whatever they want, and you're not given what you wanted. Imagine how bad it is for the other characters. So yeah, I don't know if there's a fix for that. I just kind of wanted to rant about it a little bit. Like, would you call... Again, not getting what you want can add a little bit of excitement as long as you can actually perform what you wanted to for the next encounter. Like, all right, instead of going for no guns, I'll go for all headshots. That kind of thing. But, like, when it's that bad, it's almost just more suspicious than anything. So I don't know if there's a fix or a tweak. Maybe, like, show one more thing or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's a problem. Small problem, but still a problem nonetheless. Anyway, next thing. You guys like that one? Sometimes I can get a little crazy with these things. Look, I think that's a problem. Especially, again, when those are the two characters that it shouldn't be a problem for. Imagine every other character. Locker. I put a bullet point here about hunted maps can sometimes be too big. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, the opposite extremes of that. Like, houses or bigger Jackson versus supermarket. Would you call that a legit complaint? I don't know. I don't think so. I think those are just bad hunted maps. The bigger a map is, like, the worse it is for hunted by infected specifically. But again, I know the mode isn't that sophisticated. I just hate when I get hunted by infected on a big map. Like on TV station, if you're downstairs, they'll spawn upstairs. When you're upstairs, they'll spawn downstairs. There's 3 different versions of the shipping yard, and 2 different versions of Jackson, and you know, the Home Depot map is really, really big. Like, I feel like smaller versions of all of those maps would be chaotic and fun, especially when you already have versions like that. Like, the Nest is a small map. The subway is a pretty small map. The supermarket, the motel, gondola, it's kind of tight. But then they throw in, like, Big Jackson, houses. What other ones? TV station with the problem I mentioned. I don't think I can provide footage for that, though, so it would have to be just sort of mentioning that. Restaurant's too small. I don't think so, because they don't typically spawn, like, right next to you. I don't think it is. As long as you're able to dodge, restaurant's fine. Enforce. Yeah. Gas station. Yeah, they only spawn indoors. You're right. But again, that's more... I I don't know if I call that a complaint. Like, I love when it's chaotic, but when they spawn so far away from you, it becomes... But then again, like, not everyone is as good as you, or Tio, or, you know. So, I don't know where I leave that with a complaint. You know? Bigger versus small maps should be difficult. Yeah, there's got to be something to it. You know what? I'm just going to mention it. Okay. All right, I'm not going to show video for this next one, but I am just going to talk about something. And that is, like, the best encounter in No Return, Hunted by Infected. It's the best. You can get the highest score from it. It is definitely the most chaotic. It is my personal favorite. There is an issue with it, though, and that has to do with the maps. Some maps are really, really big, and some maps are really, really small. When the smaller a map for Hunted by Infected, the way more fun it is, and the higher a score you can get. But some maps are just, like, too big, and they spawn too far away to really be able to do anything. So the smaller maps I'm thinking of are, like, the motel in the flashback, or gondola, it's a small map, or supermarket is one of the best. The restaurant is pretty small as well. The smaller version of Jackson, some maps have, like, 2 or 3 different versions of the same map, like the shipping yard, or Jackson has 2 different sizes. The smaller version of Jackson is a really good one. I think I mentioned the school. The Nest can be good as well. The problem with the big maps is, well, 2 things. One, it's kind of the same problem. They spawn too far away from you. So if a map like Houses, that's a big, big map, which works well for other modes. But for Hunted by Infected, it's too large. It's just too large, especially when you compare it to a size of a map like the supermarket, where it's just nonstop chaos. The bigger version of Jackson is too big because there's like an extra 150 feet of area for them to, like, spawn in and then get to you. And the big maps love to spawn them from far away. Another, like, smaller-ish map is TV Station, but the problem with TV Station is if you're up top, they'll spawn on the bottom. If you're on the bottom, they'll spawn up top. So no matter where you are, they take forever to get to you. So TV Station's a terrible hunted map for that reason. The smaller version of Shipping Yard is a good map, but there's 2 other versions of that map where the entire other half of the area is open. One in daylight, another when it's raining. The smaller version of that map is chaotic. But, yeah, something I always kind of wish they would do is treat the size of a map differently, whether it's hunted. It doesn't even have to be for anything else, just specifically Hunted by Infected. Hunted by people, I kind of want the extra space because people are harder to deal with when they have guns that they can shoot you from anywhere. You kind of want the extra space. Hunted by Infected specifically. Not even Assault on Infected, but Hunted by Infected. I wish it offered more maps for that specifically that were smaller. You know? Even if you had to, like, cut off half the map. That's something I really wish they would do. Because, again, it's a lot of people's favorites, and whether or not it's your favorite or not, it is the one encounter that can get you the most amount of points. People have gotten over 1,100 total score in a Hunted by Infected. On average, like, the highest you can get is almost half of that with just about anything else. Okay, 1,200. Someone got 1,200. Yeah, I wish for Hunted by Infected specifically, it offered more smaller maps, and sometimes didn't spawn them so super duper far away. Another, like, offender of that is the Nest. The Nest is a small map, but they love to spawn the enemies about as far away from you as possible. Where somewhere like Supermarket, the game says, I don't really care, and will spawn an infected literally 2 feet away from you. It has no problem with doing that. And it makes it so much fun. So yeah, that's sort of my... Again, this one isn't really... It's more of an opinion than anything. But I wish when it came to Hunted by Infected specifically, it offered smaller versions of certain maps to make it as chaotic as possible. Again, with literally any other scenario, I'm fine with the maps the way they are because you kind of need the space. But, yeah. Apparently someone got 905 on Gondola. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. The reason that map can't get you like a higher score than that is because they spawn outside and then work their way inside. That map does not get you... That map will not spawn an infected indoors. Oh, another bad map for Hunted is Gas Station. If you hang out in the middle, they always spawn in the indoor sections, not like right next to you. Imagine if, this is sort of an example, they closed off the indoor areas and only made the outdoor areas accessible. Oh, could you imagine that? Something like that. But anyway, that's the end of my little rant there. Let's go on to the next thing. I think that was worth putting in, right? I think that was worth putting in. Oh, we're down to this. We have been working. How long have I been live today? 5 hours. Oh, man. We can get this done. It's not even 9:30. Ammo drops for guns that aren't used versus guns with low ammo. All right. Does anyone have a seed with a normal Hunted by Infected in Supermarket? Not anything special, just a Hunted by Infected in Supermarket. You have like set. Okay, could you give me one? I wanna make it to one of them. The next thing I want to show off is ammo drops. How if you have a second gun, even if it's full, it will always give you drops for the gun you're not using versus a gun that you're low on. I can't think of a better encounter to show that off than right there. I'm gonna get maxed out on the pistol and then only use the pistol. And if I run out, I'll use bombs and brick bottle melee and stuff like that. Gondola is a little... That could work. Anyway. That's the next thing I want to show off. Alrighty.
Here we go.
The mystery is... Oh, god damn it. I need to open everything up on my custom, right? Well, you know what I'll do? Here. Let's try that.
Right.
No, Valdur, I didn't. What's so weird about that? I don't think this is correct. You know what? Forget the seed. We'll just keep going until we get a supermarket at the end.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Why are there mysteries? Why are there 2 mysteries? I don't know. I don't know. Custom settings mess with the boards.
All right.
Dude, I want this at the end. Unless there's a nest. I don't know if it's bigger or smaller version. Alright, fine. Guess I'll turn off all the... Alright, fine. Wait. Other way. Yeah, right. Alright, what was it again? Eyes are getting tired. Alright, so what I'm going to do is have a full shotgun and be full on pistol. I'm just going to use the pistol and see how many drops of shotgun we get. That's the plan. You said this is gondola, then supermarket? That's not bad. This will be a bitch to get through. Whatever, I don't have to get through it a specific way. Alright. This will be good because we were just talking about hunted, so this will segue into that pretty nicely.
Thought I saw them. Come with me. Let's check.
I got you covered.
Whoa.
God damn it! God.
Well, we already talked about them. Where's their spare health here? Is there?
Here! God damn it!
Oh, the bath. Oh, right. It is there. Yeah.
Let's check it out.
Alright, I'm very tired.
By the car! Push forward!
Don't be stupid! Let them go!
Good lord.
That was just like, hey baby, see you around. Ugh. Alright, we're going down, so... Oh, God. Hunted by people. Oh, I'll manage. Hunted by scars. Yeah, sure. I will need a shotgun at some point. I'll just go with 2 for now. Yeah, I'll need a shotgun at some point. Oh, that'll give me a lot. Alright, let's just survive. Oh, I didn't heal at all. Maybe the gambit will give me. If not, I bought 3 medkits. Headshot a grabbed enemy. Alright.
Jesus. Okay. By the desk! Shit.
I can get 3 currency. Dude! Aimbot! Aimbot. They never miss, no matter what, ever, at any point. Next is the same thing. Dude, the shotgun, Does it show up eventually? The next one is like 39 currency, so I'll be alright. Just... Yeah, maybe now they'll shoot from above. Yeah. There's a lot of health on this map. No.
Jesus. Find another angle!
You don't say.
Watch it! Keep your head down!
Where'd he go?
Walk away.
He must be around here somewhere.
Hey, think I saw them. I'll go check it out.
Shit. Well, that should.
Oh, shit!
Hi, that's a big gun.
Fucking get off me! Move up!
Hi. Again, what I'm trying to show off here is how ammo drops work in this game. Like, you know how specific I am with original Last of Us and ammo drops? Like, they'll only drop ammo if you're at 2 or less for the shotgun and revolver. Pistol, it's 3 or less. And we don't rely on random ammo drops in the Part 2 campaign, but in No Return, it has nothing to do with ammo. It has to do with what gun you're using. Too often compared to what else you have in your inventory. I need a shotgun. This is... Once again, this is getting ridiculous. Dude, it's doing it again. It's not giving me the... Do I get it eventually? Can someone answer that? Like with this seed? $26. That should be enough. I'm literally just going to use all the pistol I can, as well as... Oh, I thought this was... Oh, I thought this was something else. I thought it was gondola. Oh. Yikes. 7 currency. It was supposed to be, wasn't it?
Follow me. Coming.
Perhaps it's a, there was one thing that I didn't turn off.
What the?
Nothing I can do. Whatever, man. So I missed out on 7 currency. Now I don't mind you killing one. Oh, hi. Oh, that's a big gun.
Damn it!
Well, if I was going for unseen...
There they are!
Oh, boy. Save it. I gotta get rid of this hammer, too. Is it another brute? There's only 5. Oh, hello there.
Angel, you're not leaving this place!
Damn it! Go!
You're finished! I know you're out there.
Oh, Do you? Alright, let's just...
Good. Thanks.
Alright, couple pistol bullet. I need the fucking shotgun, alright? This is getting ridiculous. If I don't get it, then this was all completely pointless. I could technically use a different gun, but I would need to be full on it to prove my point. So I need a shotgun and ammo for it. I don't think I can... Hey, you know what? Good enough. Although I don't have ammo for it. Damn it, I needed ammo for it. That was the whole fucking point. I can't use this one. We just wasted all that time. I can't use that. I need to be full on shotgun and full on pistol. That's all I wanted. What was wrong with the seed? That was probably it. That was probably what was wrong. If you're doing a custom seed, it has to be
I'm ready. Let's go.
default everything. Let's give this one a try. Sorry, I need to be at 5th Encounter Supermarket, full on pistol, full on shotgun, full on bombs with a modded weapon. I don't even care about fire shells, because they don't drop those. Again, I want to show off how... I'll do it after this.
We're done fucking around here.
Damn it.
Ammo drops. Twins, Basil. Twins.
What? You let them go! Found you!
Gotta go in the meat shop to get all the crafting ingredients. Is there supposed to be a drop box here? And I just... Oh, the drop box is by the meat shop, right? Yeah, it's over there.
Look, was that them? I'll see what's up.
I like how they maneuver their way around. It's kind of funny.
Fucker!
Don't be stupid! Let him go!
But we're way past stupid the moment I decided to make this video. And you know what? Alright, that took way too long.
No. Oh shit! God damn it! Don't be stupid! Let them go!
Help me!
Aw, they're kissing. They become harmless the moment the timer runs out. That's not helpful. Oh, God. I know, this place makes me appreciate Jackson, man. It's like, yeah. This one could actually be difficult. That's in one of my clips in the montage I put in, or the compilation. This place makes me appreciate Jackson. You were just in Jackson! God! How am I gonna do this?
Got anything? This area's clear.
Okay, don't let your guard down.
You know what? I'm gonna have to... Oh, God. There's only 5. I'm gonna YOLO it. Tommy, calm down. Yeah, I'm just gonna YOLO it.
Whoa! Count! Drop them now!
The gambit was... well, whatever.
Right here! Fuck! Alright, calm down.
Damn, Tommy. You got this? Nice one. Let's not include him helping in the video. I like to get stuck. So again, if you're wondering what I'm doing, because even I'm starting to wonder again. I want to show off how inconsistent the ammo drops can be. So what I want is fully loaded pistol and shotgun entering 5th Encounter Supermarket. I'm only going to use the pistol, bombs, bricks, bottles, and melee weapons. And see how much shotgun ammo it drops when I'm already full on it. It basically defies the logic of the campaign. Drop ammo on guns that you're low at. No, in this mode, it's drop ammo for the gun you're not using. I need these at some point, so... I'm not even going to bother. Just go to the next one, which should be Gondola. Buying recipe. It's not that surprising. Alright, here's the one you were mentioning. Just pretend you didn't see that. Again, that's more of a part 2 issue, not a no return issue. Bless you. I don't know how many currency that was worth, but I got an extra 3. I left with 12, I think. I should be fine. Full-on bombs, some manuals. That was only 20. That's low for Jesse. Dude, come on. What's this next one? $39 currency. Alright. How much is the double barrel worth again? I'm just gonna save it. I'll have 54 currency to work with here. Whatever. It should still fucking offer it to me. Like, that's kind of the point I was mentioning before. Which now I'm glad I put in the video. What's that? No, it doesn't work with infected. Besides, I don't want to have to replenish it. I'm just going to try and use ammo. You know what? I can pick this up when we're done. Ah, here's using the old noggin.
Here they come!
Dude, what? I don't think she's fired her gun once. Yeah, I'd get through this if you weren't here. God, the clicker took that detour because of her. I'm having to go a long way for this fucking footage.
Here we go!
Yeah, whatever. That would have been death. Why didn't he... Where are you aiming? Fine, I'll use a fucking bullet. My God. I know it's a one-handed melee weapon, but still.
Thanks a lot.
Where's there another thing of health to pick up here? Oh, my prone kills. Move. Thank you. That's awesome. I love stupid shit like that.
Well, I'm awake now.
Damn it! The pipe. God, I'm not gonna have enough here, am I? All I need is a shotgun. That's all I fucking need right now. I have 58 currency. Thank you. Now... Fucking finally. Thank you. Oh, shut up. Okay, I don't have a melee weapon. That's alright. This is what I wanted. God. All right, the next thing I want to talk about is how ammo drops work in No Return. And they basically don't work. There isn't really a lot of logic here. With my speedruns in original Last of Us, it's very, like, we know what's going to happen. You're able to get a drop from an enemy if you're at 2 bullets or less on the shotgun and revolver. If you're at the pistol, it's 3 or less. With everything else, it's basically nothing. In Part 2, we don't have to rely on random drops, but I assume that it works somewhat similarly. In No Return, like, yes, you get ammo. I just did a gondola before getting to the 5th encounter here. I had like 14 or 15 pistol bullets, and I was getting drops and getting drops and getting drops, which isn't an issue. But, like, save the drops for when I'm low, not for when I'm almost maxed out. Now, God forbid you throw in a second gun in your holsters. You'll find most No Return players, unless there's a hunted by infected at the end, we just go pistol only. And that's because if you have a second gun, they drop ammo for it a lot. I don't know if this is like proven or not, but it seems like the game drops ammo for the gun you're not using. What I hopefully will show off here is if I have a fully loaded shotgun right here. 8 is the most you can carry. 16 is the most you can carry for pistol. I'm only going to use pistol and bombs and melee weapons for this next encounter, which is hunted by infected in the supermarket on the 5th encounter, which is my personal favorite. I'm going to not use the shotgun, and we're going to see how much shotgun ammo they drop, okay? They'll drop some pistol. I know they will. When we're getting close to the end of the round, if I'm still alive, we'll see how much ammo they drop. Shotgun ammo, they drop. Okay? I'm not going to go for the fire shells. I don't need them. I'll go for the piece of wood in here. Alright, get ready for chaos. This is one of my favorite things to do. We were also just talking about hunted. There's shotgun. So there's shotgun. There was shotgun dropped over there. All right, there's some pistol. They dropping anything? Alright, they're dropping some pistol. But I've already gotten 2 drops of shotgun. Alright, I'm not noticing. There's a couple. Damn it. I got shivs. We're good. Alright, there's another shotgun. Alright, we're starting to get some more shotgun drops here. There's some more. Okay, look. They're not dropping nearly as much as I thought they would. Did the Gambit ruin something there? The Gambit gave me pistol ammo if I achieved it. I've seen so many more, like, worse examples than that of them dropping shotgun ammo. I want to re-get that footage. That wasn't very good. That did not show off what I wanted to show off that well. But, like, you had no pistol in your... Like, what I wanted to show off was being full on shotgun ammo, but getting a lot of shotgun drops. That just wasn't good enough. Dude, I'm so tired. I've been live for 6 hours. We might have to save some of this for tomorrow. We just lost like 40 minutes of progress there. Because we tried once and then we just did like 2 full boards and we didn't get the footage we needed. I've been live for 6 hours making this. You know what I think I'll do? I think I'll edit down the footage I have right now. Because I think I'm just kind of done. This will be a twofer, alright? We'll pick this up again tomorrow. I'm just... Sorry, it just hit me like a freight train. We'll try and get footage of this again tomorrow. But yeah, I don't think I can use that. That's alright though. I'll do some of the video editing tonight. Alright, but thank you guys for watching today. 5 follows, 12 subs. We'll spend a second day on this, and I'll edit down the footage I have right now. Because again, the tiredness just hit me out of nowhere. So yeah. Alright. This will be a really good video, alright? I am happy with the footage that we've gotten today. So whew, man, I just crashed right there. Yeah. Alright. Thanks for watching, and take care. We'll do this again tomorrow. I'll be snowed in tomorrow, so it's either do this or do nothing. I can't go anywhere. So, yeah. Alright. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll finish this up. We got like 70... I wouldn't say 3/4, but we got like 70% of it done. So, yeah. Alright. Take care. Bye.